All right. The time is 5:02 p.m., and I'm calling to order a work session of the City Council of the City of Sunset Valley, Texas for Tuesday, May 17th, 2022. And so council will begin with our work session, just with the note that we are streaming this one. It's important for the public to be able to hear our discussions, especially around this particular item, which is involved our discussions about selling city property. We'll open with citizen public communication. As a reminder, if residents wish to speak, now is the time to do so because it's going to just be a general discussion. We're not going to take any action, but we may derive actions for future council sessions as a result of our work session today. So please go ahead and introduce yourself and give us your comment.
Keep? Yes, sir. Okay. Well, first of all, you don't have what I need to read up there, so Helen Bessie, 795 Oakdale Drive. I'm curious why this is even coming up, one. Two, I was reading your background materials, and I see that as a general law city, you can sell property unless it's parkland, okay? But you can also sell, then if you go on down a little further where they didn't bold it, it looks like, if I'm reading it correctly, you can sell parkland without the voters' approval as long as you take the money and put it back into other parkland activities. Now, I can't see, so I'm not going to be able to find it that way, and I didn't print it out at home. But it's yeah, that helps, thanks. If you go down to the backup materials, okay, find the bold area. Okay, city property, da-da-da-da-da. Oh, okay. And then further down is a subsection. Okay, and that's where it says, okay. Does anyone have a paper copy? And I can go away while Melissa talks and find it. I'm looking for, there was something that was not in bold, and it said that the city could sell a parkland without voter approval if they, but then they would be required to use the revenue and put it back into some other parkland or to improve or purchase other parkland. There's something in there, and it wasn't. Did you find it?
So it says, not parkland, it says a general rural city could sell a property of land to buy another piece of land to improve it. It doesn't have to be parkland, or it doesn't say parkland.
That's not the section. I'll back off, and let me go see if I can find it. I'll find a paper copy, come back with your permission.
Helen, we're only doing comments. Is this a comment or?
It's a comment.
Okay. Do you need to quote the thing or? Yeah, this is supposed to be a brief comment period, sorry.
I know, okay. That's okay, thanks. But it's in there. I'll find it and send it to you via email, okay?
Thank you. Go ahead, Melissa.
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. I really don't like this. I appreciate that you guys are streaming, but for those of us with short arms, this is really difficult. Trying to hold your notes, so I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, I can't even get to this mic. Okay, thank you. So thank you. So I'm old, and I can't, especially during COVID, and I can't find things on the website because I have to go find whatever that old website was that people say all our stuff is on. And so I'm not able to document what I'd like to be able to document. And so that's frustrating. So I would really like to know when we're going to get all our historical information, which we said we were going to keep, available for residents. So that's one. Thank you very much for taping this. Deeply appreciate that. So there's that part. I'm going to speak with a lot of assumptions. They may be false because I can't research some of them, and some things are going to be discussed after the fact. So I'm going to go with I'm speaking from assumptions. So my first assumption comes from during the Finance Committee when the city administrator disclosed that we were potentially selling the uplands from an offer, that we weren't doing it, but that was what the offer was about. And so then you can look at the comments and assume that former council member Ellett was involved, being that he did a rant. And so, I went back to go look at the financial policies to see what kinds of ethical questions were involved in here. And I couldn't go back because I couldn't find the FP that we discussed it about. And I know what it says in the current one, but my memory was the discussion in finance diverged from what we ended up passing, and I'd love to see that. Again, all assumptions, but I think that if that's the case, we should look at our financial policies, just because that doesn't feel good to me. Then I think that we should wait until the people that we paid to look at the open space master plan tell us how we're going to categorize parklands before we make decisions about to sell anything. And so I think this is a premature discussion. I don't think it's bad to have a discussion, but to take action at this point before people who already have all those things going, it causes me concern because we have all these balls in the air and then we keep seeming to jump ahead of them. So I think we should have like a logical progression here and not do things quickly. And I'm very concerned about a lot of the land feints that we've had in the past couple of years. Again, they're all just assumptions. We don't really know where people are going or what they're doing, but it doesn't appear to be logical. And so, everybody knows I'm kind of about the process. This is no surprise to anybody who's listened to me talk for 20 years. Okay, so there's that. So when will our website information be available? Thank you for taping this. And that's really pretty much it. So I'm sorry for all the assumptions. I would love to back things up, but couldn't get the data. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak at this time before we start our work session? Okay. All right. So Councilmember Rosengarten, if you wish to speak.
Chapter 253, page 6, sale or lease of property by municipalities. Sale of parkland, municipal building site, or abandoned roadway, except as provided by subsection B, the governing body of a municipality may sell and convey land or an interest in land that the municipality owns, holds, or claims as a public square, park, you're right, or site for the city hall or other municipal building, or that is an abandoned part of a street or alley. A sale under this section may include the improvements on the property. B, land owned, held, or claimed as a public square or park may not be sold unless the issue of the sale is submitted to the qualified voters of the municipality at an election and is approved by a majority of the votes received at the election. Okay? And then to address Melissa, there is nothing going on here except for us to realize that we were blindsided when we got an offer and we didn't know what to do because we didn't solicit an offer and we simply got an offer. So now we're talking so we can find out what do we do if that ever happens again? What is the process so we can set up a process? That's exactly what this is all about.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that sometimes if we are not clear with the citizens, they can create rumors. And we have to be clear sometimes. So when I try to say that, if in the mind they are losing the trusting of the leaders, they will come. So then I try to say is, at this moment, we are looking with some subjects that sometimes will be so easy that the leaders City Council will be working with the attorney, and in that way, we will have the education. And after we will have the education, go back to the mass, go back to the public, and try to explain to them properly what happened. Because perhaps some of us, we have one opinion and some other. And sometimes the principles, they are totally different. And the intention at this moment sounds good, that we want to clear some of that perceptions. But perhaps we can clear that in different way. Because if not, some people from the community, ex-mayor and ex-member of the city council, they show up and they have questions. So I would like to hear and not let that in the air. I would like that in reality, we need to have the conviction that only we want to clear. That's it. That is very, very important. But we are no enemies. And if they came, welcome. And if they don't have materials, well, they are in the website. Well, some of them they don't have. We need to provide a copy or something. So if I say that, it's because for me it's very important. I don't know how long time I will be here sitting, but minimum I will try to be the best with my coexistent in this community people. So please, we have, when they have transparency, and we say, yes, we will be with transparency, well, we need to be. And we need to be clear. And I think that not necessarily was the best approach for this meeting in that way. That is my opinion.
We'll just start with the work session. Go ahead. I'll provide my context and we can proceed with more dialogue. So the reason that this is scheduled for a discussion is because it's intended to inform and potentially change or lead to changes on process if we want it. There are some legal questions, and that's why our legal counsel is here to provide answers to any specific questions that we may have or to follow up with specific questions. But really this came out of the general context of this is that in my recollection, I can recall one time the city has sold property, and that was the Country White property. We subdivided it, we went through an auction process. It was pretty much as the local government code says, you have a sealed bid and you go through that process, and the highest bidder, we ended up with the highest bidder who refused to pay, and then we decided to redo the process. It was like a weird, set of conditions. I know Rudy remembers that because she was part of that as well. But it came up of what happens is who has the authority to sell city property? Does it have to follow certain processes? And I think we've heard input to say residents would like us to be as transparent as possible when we're considering uses of the city property, including sale. And so right now there are not anything in our code of ordinances, and that's maybe there's differences that we can talk about in the local Texas government code, but nothing in our code of ordinances that really clarifies what that needs to be. And so if it needs to be changed. And so that's what I wanted to bring forward as a discussion point with City Council as a result of the unsolicited offer that we had on a city property. And so really this is intended to be a work session to discuss, do we want to make changes? Do we want to time those changes with other actions and investigations we're making with our open space planning? I think that just the fact that one of the answers I've heard is that the City Council can sell city property without any kind of process. That needs clarification, but if that's true, then I would like to see more codification of a process so that it is more transparent. So with that, I think if city administrator could provide context in terms of like the understanding of how the different types of city properties, maybe this is a general question, and maybe the legal can also help us jump in here as well. But in terms of like an overview of what the general rules are for selling city properties for non-home rule cities. So we are non-home rule, we're a general law city, so we have certain codes that we have to abide by, but we also have our code of ordinance, which doesn't really clarify anything at that level. Hand it over to the legal counsel for an introduction to this.
Mayor and Council, my name is Paige Sines. I'm Barbara Bulwer-Wells' partner. I'm happy to be here with you this evening and appreciate having the opportunity to talk to you about this issue. So as far as the process goes, there is a process that applies for city to sell property. Okay. So okay, thanks. Technology is not my strong suit here. So the concept of someone can make an offer and the city can sell property without there being any kind of process or procedure or notice to the public, that would not be the case. So the process depends on the type of land. If the land is, as was read in the previous statute, if the land is parkland or town center, which would be the most common ones, then an election is required. So the public has to approve the sale of that parkland through an election. And that's if the land is parkland or the town square. But in all other cases, city-owned property generally has to be sold through two processes. One is through a public auction, which sounds like you have experience with. And there's notice requirements, giving notice to the public of that process, or through kind of a notice and bid procedure. If you've done public procurements, that's probably pretty similar to that, where you put a notice in the paper. It has to be in the paper for a certain period of time before the council can then vote on the sale of the property. That notice that goes in the paper produces bids and gives the individuals instructions about how to bid for the property. And then the council has to take that item up. And you have the choice of discussing sale of property in executive session. It's authorized for you to do that because if you discuss it in the public session, there may be some discussions that kind of hurt your negotiating position. Most often you see that with trying to purchase property, because if someone knows you're trying to purchase property, that can drive the price up. So, but you as council can decide to have a fully public discussion. You can take advantage of executive session, but you can't take any action in executive session. Any action would have to be in the public, fully noticed. It would be on an agenda. And so that's a very general, high-level overview of the process. If you as council want to codify that in some way in your ordinances, just so that you kind of let the public know and let anybody who's coming to offer property know, you could put a simple process in your ordinances that would give notice to either prospective purchasers or the public. This is how we will generally process these types of offers for sale of property or on your own initiative if you wanted to sell property.
I think the city administrator wanted to speak too.
So I just wanted to clarify some of what Paige is saying based on the discussions with many of you and the calls that we did get about what. There's a lot of rumor about, is it the Uplands, is it Oakdale, is it, a wide variety of issues. I think the issue at hand is, does the council have the ability to make a decision about selling a piece of property? And the answer is yes, with the public notice caveats that she has described. And I think that's at the heart of what is disconcerting to folks, that an elected body has that ability to make those kinds of quote-unquote decisions that you're going to put before the residents in a public notice, public hearing. That's sort of at the heart of the matter, and that's granted in the code, that's granted in the statute.
Well, let me ask a kind of follow-up question to the specific situation. So it sounds like that based on local government or Texas local government code, the city can't arbitrarily sell it to a single interested party. That if we decided to sell a city of non-parkland property that the city owns, and in this case we receive an offer for it, we couldn't come out of executive session after discussing that and take action to accept an offer. We would have to go through a public notice, and we'd have to go through an open bid process. So both of those are requirements that prevent us from selling to a specific individual or entity or company. And is that correct?
That is correct, and that person, it's not sufficient, they just have made an offer. They have to actually be the offerer that the council selects through the process. So they still have to prevail through that process.
So there are safeguards in place at the local government code level, which is, here, and we can reference that. We could reinforce that by adding a process in our code of ordinances to not exceed what's lived in there, but we could also go further than that if we wanted to, in terms of like having a public hearing about, that and those kind of additional steps before we actually go through the process of creating a bid and doing the notification through the newspaper and things like that.
That's correct, yes.
So Council, I think that's a good point for clarification for residents, is that, and this is an education point for myself and I think other members of council possibly, just in terms of we don't have arbitrary authority. We have a process that has to be followed before we can make a decision, but we do have the authority to sell property. It just has to follow a certain process that's already codified. And I think this is a point of question, is that sufficient? And are we comfortable with the protections that are in place? Do we want to see something more? And it does intersect with our conversations about, do we want to designate certain properties as zones by, certain types of property, so that it prevents even that process from following through without, a municipal vote or an election, specifically to parkland. So I'm kind of curious about council's, thoughts now that we've had some clarification from legal, if we do want to have something in our code of ordinances to outline that, or something that provides notice, because receiving an offer first of all, receiving an offer is great. However, informing the offers that there's still, if we're selling it, there's a process for that, that they'll have to go through, and they'll have to prevail in that process. Councilman Reitz?
So I would say at the very minimum, a public notice, it sounds like that's just putting a notice in the newspaper, correct? And that, I don't think that is sufficient to notify our residents of that. So I would think we would, at the minimum, want some type of public hearing, and it might be in our newsletter. I'm not sure, but at least, I would think we would want at least a public hearing.
Well, your council meeting constitutes a public hearing. So we publish it in the paper, and the residents have the opportunity to come and speak at the podium, and that meets the quote-unquote requirement. I think what this community is looking for is a more robust way for that to end up in front of you. And that feels something like it takes a supermajority of council to even make a decision to entertain an offer, or it takes a supermajority of council to make a decision to put a piece of property out for bid.
And supermajority is 4 out of 5 votes?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Johnson?
So are we allowed to put further kind of like hurdles in the way? This is a question for council. Like if we wanted to send this to like a public vote as to whether to sell any city-owned property.
You can establish an ordinance that requires that.
Yeah.
And then a majority of council could repeal it in the future if it wanted to.
Yeah.
So just be aware, it's an agreement that as long as everybody agrees to it, it would be something that would govern you, but there's a way for it to be changed.
Right. So what percentage of our property here is commercial in all of Sunset Valley? Alfonso probably knows. Well, retail. No. In all of Sunset Valley.
Are you looking for area?
No. Area. Let's do area.
Area.
Just a rough percentage. I'm not going to hold you to it.
Around, I think around 140 acres.
140 out of
150, less than 200. So
Yeah.
if you have a square acre, then it's 640 acres.
Right. So in my mind, if like we,
Mayo.
if we
You
can't,
have a third, I'm sorry, you have less than one third, less than one third.
so that is an incredible amount of retail space for, any city. So in my thinking is, I don't think I would not like to see a Sunset Valley where we see this city-owned land as like a revenue source, because if we can't, with a 1/3 retail space, if we can't like balance a budget based on that, then I think everyone up here needs to be like voted out. So I would be more inclined to put like more hurdles in the way, just so that if there's like some election where like nobody was paying attention and you got those people in and it's just like, let's sell it because that will buy us 3 years more of no property taxes. It just seems kind of crazy to me. Also about the lack of, I actually read Phil's question. I didn't see it going either way. I kind of was like, did he want it sold, or was he worried about it getting sold? And I just saw it as like pointing out that council could maybe, yeah, he just wanted to know. It was just like, and
The comment came from the position of publicly traded companies are required to disclose all of this information. Why would the city choose not to disclose it?
right, and I think like what Rudy said is we didn't know. We were kind of like,
It was an unsolicited offer. There was no secret backroom deal as to the acceptance of or
Right.
declining of an offer.
So how we get to this point where we're talking about it, and this work session kind of concept, I really like this because I can't really talk like this and ask these dumb questions that I have in normal council meetings because, well, so I kind of like this, and this is exactly the kind of forum to just say like, what can we do? Like we can actually be like ignorant of our position as council members and go to council and whatever. So I like that we came here first. We can't take any action. It's going to be a much longer time before any even agenda items probably come from this. Mm-hmm. And also we have the comprehensive plan and we have the Parks and Open Space Committee. They're going to do their business. And we even said, I think it was after that or maybe the next meeting where we said we won't even entertain any offers to sell until those two groups did their work. Am I correct about that? Zoning or selling? It was just zoning, so.
We did say that we wouldn't take any action to change the nature of those properties until those came back.
Yeah,
Or
zoning.
some- And so maybe change the nature includes selling them. That could be,
So,
nobody wants to do it.
I don't think anybody wants to do anything until
put anything in
that,
anybody's mouth.
the plan.
I think Councilmember Rosengarten and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I made the motion, and the motion was to do nothing until
Pro Tem.
Yeah, because this is for discussion. Let me understand, Rob. What is your, when you say if we have 1/3 of the surface, and that some people, they have better rights than I. Why, when you pitch, it's running? Oh, this is mine. Oh. Each time is something new, and it's good to learn. So looking in that way, Rob, you mentioned that 1/3. For example, I say approx less than 1/3. So when you have less than 1/3, you say something. Then that doesn't mean that it's important. What did you say?
well, as long as it doesn't, since we don't have a property tax, and so office space doesn't do much for us, and as long as it all doesn't become, a well-met or this or that, if that is retail space that we can make, balance our budget on, it seems like a lot of space out there to be able to run a city. So when we have you brought up Country White. Didn't we buy Country White for the express purpose to sell it?
If I recall, we bought Country Right with the express purpose of preserving or conservation, and to sell the remaining portion that had a utility as a single-family residence. And so it was, from the beginning, it was clear that we were going to subdivide it and sell a part of it. So we really bought it for the conservation needs because it was sold as one single parcel. But it was clear from the beginning of that purchase that we were going to be selling the usable part.
Right, so the city can do a lot of things, but like, it always seems like we're more going towards conservation than to just like kind of have a, concrete.
Okay, so that was your view. So looking in this way, for example, at this moment, we cannot do nothing with that land for retails. They have the owners. We are a city, but they are the owners. We can give it to them a little hard time with rules and other kind of things. Oh, good time, looking positive. But we have more open space. If I am telling you that maybe 270 acres, they are open space. And in order to have one of that centers, they will be using only 40 acres, 40. So if you have the nature land and the conservation land, you are over 100 acres. So if somebody in one moment tried to do business from this table with other people, they can do that because we have plenty open space. And that means that we open the door, because with that 5 acres, doing a restaurant or doing that, don't mean too much. But if you will go to the big areas, you can do a lot. And some people, that they live in that area, some neighbors, that they live there, not necessarily they will be agree, because that will change the standard that they have of the life. For example, Villa's only problem that it has is with the parking in Ernest Robles. But we live 10 feet from the other person. It's 5 feet and 5 feet, the side of the houses. But if you will have in this area the nature or the conservation, you invite that people. And if you have houses in Oakdale, then they are expensive houses. So at that moment, you put that top in the value, because if you have that big buildings and business, the land for neighbors change. It's business. And in reality, how much money do you think that we want to have? So if at this moment, with this retail that we have, we have almost over, in excess of revenues, we have over 20%, 25%, with the things that we have, Rob. So I think that the view at this moment is not to make money. Some people, they will purchase something, neighbors, they will purchase, and later they will move. And if you are sitting in this table and you convince 4 of them, they can be doing a lot of these kind of things. So this is not bad. Then at this moment, we have different alternatives, and we try to explore. This is important, because before, not necessarily we explore, and we went with this transparency. And at this moment, when I say that, thank you, Mayor, because this is transparency, discussion. And at this moment that we are taping this, and the public, they can see that. So now we are open, and we need to define that, because for me, as education was what the legal attorney, she said. And this Sylvia, she has the other point. So in reality, we need to make some propositions. At this moment, no actions, because this is it's a discussion, but we need to go to minimum. We cannot do nothing about that, and try to understand that if at this moment It's only with parks by law. But the members of the council, we know that at this moment, we don't want to do that, to sell. We are waiting because we have 3 or 4 things that they are cooking at this moment. We are cooking, and the most important is the comprehensive plan. We don't have yet the comprehensive. And with that, the land development code. And with that, we will go to zoning and they will give it to us which lands. And we can define at that moment how we want to have this. So again, I think that we need to have this as an exercise. And maybe some of us that they are sitting, they are smarter than others. Or they have more information. But it's nice that the new information is coming. And that education we needed. So, in resume, I think that we have to have something in our rules that give it to us these guidelines and wait until we will have the other projects that we are doing. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I would really like us to see us bring something back at a future point that intersects a lot of these other moving parts, but I really would like us to have something in our code, whether it's more stringent, as I think there's been some expression of, or at least has some additional steps that meet the transparency needs that our residents are requesting, so that we have a process and it's clear, right? Because I can imagine 10 years from now, there'll be new council members that may have the same conversation, and we want it to be, passed to them. That's what the Code of Ordinances helps us do. And it could be up to the future council to change that, of course. As we've heard, it's always up to future councils. But that is part of the process of precedent and how we want to move forward as a city. It's nothing we need to take immediate action on. I think it's particularly to reinforce what I've heard other members of the council express, but also to reassure the members of the public, is that we're not taking any action to sell any city property. And we certainly want to complete these other processes before we would contemplate that, because we want to have a best use, of the property we own, for that comes out of these discussions in the comprehensive plan and the open space planning project. So just as a note, this is something we can bring back. And in fact, one of the things that I would encourage is that if you have a specific vision for how this would work, you can sponsor this as a council member and bring it back as a future agenda item. If this is like a passion for you. Otherwise, I'll work with staff on bringing back something for us as a straw man to begin that discussion with in the coming months.
Yeah, I think that would be great. To me, it is critical that we have the transparency. We have worked very hard to get our financials transparent, our decision-making transparent, and so I think it's critical that we have this process be transparent, so.
And I also just, and it's, I think what we did on Countrywide is a good example of using the process in concurrence with our objectives as a city for conservation needs. And as long as it's clear from the outset, I think that where we get into some issues is that we don't make the intended use of the property as clear in the outset as we could when we're purchasing. And so that's just, that we've had that conversation before, but I think that, or we do make it clear and then it kind of gets lost over the years or it doesn't get reinforced. I think the Countrywide was an example where that process was completed quickly enough to where we bought the property, it had a clear intention behind it. We then, within a matter of months, if I remember correctly, turned around and rezoned it and sold it. So it was very much a transparent process and a model for how I think that should be looked, used. For example, if we had ever intended to do something similar with another piece of property and we do that 10 years later, it becomes a little pretty disconnected from the original intent and the original voters and the original council and everything like that. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you for the microphone. I think that perhaps it's not in the same line, but it's in the opposite line. Do we have the right as a city council to purchase land without telling the people? Yeah, right, we made it. But according with the legal, I don't believe so. But we will see.
Any action the council takes has to be in a public meeting posted. So if you were to purchase land, you'd have to take some action to authorize that in a public meeting.
So can you be more specific, please, in the same that you mentioned before, procedures and this and that? So in that way, you will educate us. So if we are looking some area and we try to purchase that, so do we need to consult with the public to purchase that?
You do not need to consult with the public regarding whether you should purchase it or not. So there's not like a public notice and hearing process that applies to purchase of land. You would have to post an item on the agenda that's posted for the public to see that where you say you're going to take action to purchase land. So that would be the transparent part of that motion and vote.
But the specific, we need to put this is the direction, or this is the address of that property that we plan to purchase? Or what, because perhaps in the agenda, they say we will go to executive session with the interest to purchase land. So this is general, it's vague. Do we need to be more specific?
You would eventually get to be more specific.
Do we need to be more specific?
You would eventually get to be more specific when you take action, but you have the ability to discuss it in an executive session before you get to your final decision. The benefit, just so the public knows, the benefit for the council to just have that discussion in an executive session is because, you don't know what the council wants to do until the council votes. And so having a discussion about whether you should purchase property and what property to purchase and what price to pay, if you have that discussion in public, then it hurts your negotiating ability. It could impact your ability to get a good, fair deal, good, fair purchase price, the best purchase price the city could negotiate for that property. And so having those discussions in executive session is authorized, and it can be advisable just so that the city can use the taxpayer dollars wisely and get the best purchase price for that property. When you discuss it publicly, it can drive up the value or the asking price. So that part is appropriate for executive session. When you get to a final motion and vote, though, you have that's a public discussion and vote, and that's a public posting.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any further discussion on this topic, council? Councilmember Rosengarten?
So on leasing a property less than 50 years, do you have to do a auction or sealed bid to the highest offer of a lease? Is it treated the same as though it was a sale as far as getting getting the most value for the city if you leased property?
So this is the city leasing its own city property, correct? So, yeah, so there's, it's one of those kind of legal, there's not always a black and white, but you start getting into the danger zone of getting this far out, maybe we should bid it. And so when you're getting into the 40 and 50 year range, then you need to think about bidding. And the reason you have to think about bidding is because if you're going to kind of have a permanent conveyance of property, when it gets to look more permanent, that's when the statutes want you to have a public process so that you have gone through some process to make sure you're getting the best value for that property. So when you get into the 40 and 50 year range, that's when you need to think about, do you need to bid or not? And it's not a black and white yes or no, that's just at that point. I think we've got an example of a 40 year and a 50 year and some of the AG opinions that say, okay, you're probably okay when you get to 40 and 50, you don't need to bid. Once you start getting past that, that's gonna be potentially a bid. And I know other cities have done transactions here recently related to economic development projects where they have longer leases. I think the Kalahari Resort in Round Rock might be an example of a 99-year ground lease. And so I'm not sure whether that was bid or not.
For instance, where I was going with this is if we leased a piece of property to a bunch of food trailers, but we were only thinking 5 years into the future because we don't know what's going to happen after 5 years.
Yeah.
And then they renew their lease another 5 years, and it continues on. As long as we don't hit 50 years, it's not considered an exchange or a sale. So anything less than 50 years, it's considered a lease. And then we don't have all the bidding wars that you have to have when you sell it. You could then lease it for an agreed amount with the food trailers, is what I understand. Is that correct?
That's correct. And you keep some controls in your lease
Correct.
over those terms. Yeah, that's the other part of it, is you have to keep sufficient control over the property where you can eject them if you need to, depending on performance.
So the city basically could go into, it's basically like calling it a property management company, calling it into a business. They're allowed to do that?
I guess would need more context on what
Rudy,
you're
I'm
proposing.
going to give you an example, but this
Yeah.
is an example of a home rule city, not a general law city. City of Aransas Pass has the city of Conbrown Harbor. Conbrown Harbor, at one point, along with several other city assets, were set to be sold because the city was in pretty dire financial condition. The voters did a recall of the council and unseated several council members in a recall. From that came a charter amendment. Now, we don't have a charter. General law cities do not have a charter. A charter amendment that required the sale of city property to go before the voters, any city property, regardless of what it was. So Conbrown Harbor was listed as one of those properties that could never be sold. However, because of the statute, the city was able to enter into multiple year leases with property owners. And it was fishing docks and those kinds of things, the uses that were allowed within the code. That came with it some very difficult things because they did improvements on the property, right? And so the lease is up. They built a building. They built a beautiful building, but the lease is up. That lease now belongs to the city. That building now belongs to the city. And I think that's why the statute says 40 years and 50 years becomes permanent, because over the commercial life of a building, you're amortizing over that period of time, essentially, right? Depreciating it down to nothing. So you are essentially owning. So yes, the lease is possible, but it does come with a lot of, be careful what you ask for.
And Rudy, remind me what the proposed use of the uplands when we were in discussions with the Austin Fire Department, that was a lease that we were doing for 20 years, is that right? So it was direct to that entity. Similar situation, we could decide to have like a short-term, relatively short-term lease. 20 years is a long time, but you know, but that was a benefit to the city because it retains the rights of the property while we had a viable use for it proposed until the conditions changed for the fire department. So.
Have you seen their new building? That's gorgeous.
I have the one down on the 290 or the 71 access road.
It's great that all those sirens are not a quarter mile away from my house, so great.
So it was a win-win.
Yep. All right. Any further discussion on this item, council? Okay, so we'll be looking either if a city council member wants to sponsor it, or I'll be working with staff to bring back proposed language. It'll probably be later in the summertime when we're starting to get closer to having a conclusion to these other process. That does give us 10 minutes break time before we start our regular council meeting. Oh, go ahead, Councilman Reitz.
Do we want to talk about possible other topics for work sessions?
Yes, that would be great, actually, because Sylvia and I, and a lot of it's driven by things that have come up in our other discussions. But if you have other topics for work sessions, that'd be great.
Yes, I'd like to suggest that we meet at Docks. I know it's a little different, but meet at Docks and kind of do a little walkthrough of Upper Cougar Creek and talk about what are the possibilities there. And I think Public Works, you could probably mow a little bit of a path so we're not like traipsing through high grass or anything like that, and make it simple.
Could we do a work session after city council so that we could?
That might even be more fun.
It'd be cooler. And
yes, that's true.
Maybe we could actually.
Might be dark though.
If we can get done early enough, it's pretty light out still at 8 o'clock, and that might be. But yes, that's a great idea. I'd love to do that, and I think it'd
Why
be.
not do it on a different day when we don't have a council meeting after a work session?
Yeah, I mean, we could do it as a separate work session on a different day that's late enough to where it's not going to be extremely hot. I think that's one of the ways.
Yeah, that is a consideration.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a wet blanket here, but we just started to film these things, and so we're going to send Duncan out with a shoulder-mounted. We just started recording these things. If we go have like a.
He's got to follow us along with microphones.
So we might want to think about how we
Well,
Great.
I think there's a way we can craft it to where if we want to
Yeah.
get the council out there and get
Yeah.
collaborative feedback.
it's a work session.
So
So-
I'll work with staff on seeing how we can
Yeah.
do that, and also make sure it's transparent,
Right.
to the effect that we want to.
Again, it's not any decision-making. Anybody's welcome to traipse along there with us, but it gives us context to talk about it, so.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yep. I think that maybe that will be another topics, and one of the most important that I am looking is for the fire protection, hazardous, and with the fire protection, if the heat continue as is coming, we don't have a lot of that kind of things. So I think that we need to discuss that is so important. And as I mentioned before, the flooding is one another, but still, I think that when you have the emergency operation procedures that they submit to the county, we support a lot of projects for flooding. That projects, they came from 2007 for the evaluation of flooding. And in order to protect this city, we compromise with almost 26 projects. So I think that we need to put some attention because they are as a records, and we don't have that. So, but fire protection at this moment I think that is so important, because if we will have some accident, cables, electrical, etc., some of the houses, they are so close. So this is very, very important, and we need to have not only in the paper, the plan, we need to exercise that. This is, as a topics, I think that it's so important that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree, and that's a great future item to bring forward and look at our approach to it, and also just what updates we need to make. Councilmember Johnson.
This one, I don't know if it's a good topic for a work session, and maybe it's not fast enough for that. But Chief Carter, Sylvia, and Joe Coyson, who actually lives at the end of Countrywide in that property, we've been trying to work with the city of Austin and Travis County officials to do something about the homeless camp that is across Westgate. Now, we just saw last Friday a fire at a homeless camp off of I-35 and Slaughter, was it? And I've kind of like looked at I'm just kind of like gauging this on Google Maps, but the one over here is way bigger and it is way denser with trees. And so we're kind of getting, I won't say the runaround, but it's like radio silence. Like they say, oh, we're working on it. But like, we haven't heard anything. Everyone's still there. Chief said that could be up to like 100 people in that camp. It's gigantic. We've already put together ideas of like what we can do just being on the doorstep. Austin does not seem to care. And like you mentioned about like, we're getting into fire season, and it seems to be that most people are thinking like, we're seeing fires in so many cities. It used to be just like, oh, fires were, like out in the hills and stuff like that. But it's just like Southwest Austin, like we love how green it is, but that's also, when it comes to 100 degrees in May, it turns into a situation where we might be on the news for like an entire quarter of a city on fire. So I drop it on your lap now to say what we can do to kind of do something.
And if I recall correctly, that property is owned, but they haven't paid taxes in years and years and years. It's kind of like this. It's not the city of Austin property. It's private property, and so there's some back and forth with Austin saying that they can't do anything.
It's two pieces of private property that are owned by Nash Phillips, but they say that they do not own it. Like the heirs say that they don't own it. So there's nobody to trespass the people off of the property.
Okay.
It's a very brief point. Only we need to drive in Brody, And in Brody, you can see the cables that they are between the trees. And for experience, where I was working, we have two fires, but one of them came from cables that the departments of parks, they didn't cut that. So here we are dealing with the electrical that is Austin, but we need to push, because if we have, then I hope that we never had, we need to have some papers and say, we requested, we made, and sometimes with volunteers. So I can go, I am not very active, but I can help in some way to protect that. Because when I went to that fire that we have in that place, they were, I think was more than 1,000 houses. Oh, no, more than 1,000 acres, but over 300 something houses. So that was bad. And it's close, and we are so proud of the green and our trees, but they have a risk. I think we need to protect, and the cables, this is critical. So look, Brody, and you will see that. Thank you.
Any other comments or other ideas? All right. Thank you all. We will resume in just a few minutes, so grab a quick break, and we'll come back at 6 o'clock for the regular council session. We'll end our work session formally at 5:59 p.m. All right, the time is 6:08 p.m., and I'm calling to order a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Sunset Valley, Texas, for Tuesday, May 17th, 2022. We're going to begin with our first agenda items, but I did want to make a couple of statements, and then we have an introduction to make. The city administrator is going to do that. But one is that we do have 3 comments in OpenGov that hopefully everybody got a chance to read through. There were 3 as of 5 p.m. today, and so just as a note, we're not going to read out the comments, but they're there for council to refer to, or if they want to raise specific topics that have been brought up, please do so. The other is I just wanted to really thank the CED committee and the city staff and all the residents who came out to the spring fling this last weekend on Sunday at Docks. I had a great time with my family. We saw a number of new residents that I'd never met before, and an opportunity to meet neighbors that I'd seen but hadn't had a chance to introduce myself. I thought it was well attended despite the heat. It was really hot, but I think everybody, seemed to have a really good time, and staff was putting in a lot of effort to make sure that, it was well organized and managed. We did melt a lot of cookies at the end, unfortunately, so a lot of those were lost in the valiant effort to try to eat them, and they couldn't all be saved. But that being said, I really appreciated the work the CD committee put together for return of that event. And it's just an opportunity for us to meet with residents and get, just a chance to relax and promote, one of the retail spaces, which we've traditionally had at a Docks, and maybe in the future we look at other places that, might have that as well. And this year we also added live music, which is a nice, change of pace as well. So thanks to all the members of the community that put that together and all the residents that had a chance to come out and participate. And with that, I'll hand it over to Sylvia for introductions of a new staff member.
Yes, Councilmember, you see a new face at the staff table, at the end of the staff table. That is Kyle Sorahan. Kyle is our new accounting manager. So I will give Kyle the mic to introduce himself, give you a quick little 2-minute bio on himself.
Hi, Council. My name is Kyle Sorahan. I'm glad to be here and be working with you guys in the future. I'm an accountant. I've worked as an accountant for 10 years. I worked for a CPA in private practice, for an event management company, and for a real estate company, commercial real estate company. And I'm from Phoenix, Arizona originally, went to ASU. I have a bachelor's in geography.
Well, very much welcome, and looking forward to you joining. I think your formal start date is on Monday. Is that correct? Oh, this past Monday. My apologies. So, well, welcome aboard, and it's glad to have you here.
Thanks.
All right. With that, we're going to move into agenda item number 2, which is citizen and public communication. And if there's any members of the public that wish to speak at this time, they can. We'll also have an opportunity to speak to specific agenda items as we get to them. Then we'll move on to council consideration of agenda items for approval on consent. And if there's any motion to approve any items on consent, Councilmember Rosengard.
I'm so used to the administrative reports and so on, which, by the way, I love that we're only doing them once a month now. That is great.
Yeah, we are doing them once a month. We're trying that as a format to see if we can focus, the staff's energy to give us an update. It'll be on the second meeting of the month. The first meeting of the month is going forward. So yeah.
I think that is great.
Yeah.
I move to approve on consent agenda item number 4, minutes of work session in the council meeting. Number 5, appointment of member to Board of Adjustments. Number 7, Art Fest. Number 8, request for bids on landscaping. And with an updated page on 50 of 109. And agenda item number 11, administration and human resources.
I think 11's up for consideration. Oh.
Yeah, you can put things in.
So the motion is to approve on consent item number 4, number 5, number 7, number 8, and number 11. Are there any of those items that council wishes to pull?
11, please.
Okay, so 11 is struck. Any other?
Yeah, I have some comments for number 7 and number 8.
Okay, number 7 and number 8 are pulled. So that leaves item number 4 and number 5. Any further changes to that? All right. Is there a second for that motion?
Number 5 and 4, yeah.
I will second.
All right. So the motion is to approve on consent item number 4 and number 5. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. We approved on consent item number 4, consider an act on approval of the minutes from the May 3rd, 2022 regular meeting and work session. Item number 5, consider an act on appointment of Barbara Wilson as regular member and Walter Jenkins as an alternate member of the Board of Adjustments. In council, we do have a time certain item at 7 o'clock, so wherever we're at in our discussion, we'll pause for that or as near to that point as possible. And then just for consideration of kind of the process that I'd like to follow is that if we don't get through the items, the remaining items we have before the time certain items, so that's number 6, number 7, number 8, and number 9, I would like to proceed with items number 11 and 12, then go back to those items so that we just, because those are going to be lengthy discussions and I want to make sure that we get to those specific items this time. So if we don't get through those 6, 7, 8, and 9 before we go to our time certain, then we'll proceed with 11 and 12 and then go back to any items that we may have not gotten to. Hopefully we can get through those before 7 o'clock. So with that, we're going to go to agenda item number 6, which is consider an act on approval of the October 2021, March 2022 financial statements as recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee. And if we, Councilmember Rosengarten, did you want to specifically talk to this one?
Yes. Yesterday, Councilmember Reitz, City Administrator Sylvia Carrillo, and Accountant Susan Flegel and I met, and Councilmember Reitz had some great questions. One of them was if expenses. I'm going to start again. If expenses for a fund, so yesterday we had a meeting, and one of the questions was from Councilmember Reitz, if expenses for a fund are paid out of the general fund, is the general fund then reimbursed from the fund immediately? Now, what will really help is if you put up my Excel spreadsheet. So what you have in front of you in your backup is 6 months of lots of data, lots of information, and then the last one is all the financial sheets, and it says the ending balance. Does someone have a copy of my Excel that I sent you, Sylvia or Susanna? Because it won't mean anything to you unless you can see it on visual. So if you scroll up and you see the yellow highlights, you see 2 down below, and then you'll see 1 up above, okay? So what I did is took every month and I created my own Excel spreadsheet, because scrolling from 20 pages to 30 pages back and forth and trying to see if the numbers all, if the math works on the numbers. So if you want to brought to our attention that the first highlight is the purchase of the land, over $1 million, well then that should tell us that the venue tax, because that is venue tax right there, that should tell us that the venue tax at the very bottom should then change by $1 million. So see those 2 highlights? October, the venue tax is $2 million. November, the venue tax is $2 million. So even after we purchased the land, the venue tax did not change, because what we learned is it is paid out of the general fund and it hasn't been reimbursed yet. So venue tax needs to then reimburse the general fund by $1 million. Because it hasn't done that yet, when you look at these financial statements, you really should just look at the bottom statement where it says 25 million, because all of these, let me try that again, I talk too fast sometimes. All of these funds have to be reconciled yet. So let's say there is a street fund. The street fund may have had some expenses, as we know it did, because if you look above, there are expenses there. It hasn't been reconciled yet. So none of those funds, when it shows the ending balance in the bank, are accurate. The only thing that's accurate is the last number, 25. So just imagine some of those numbers need to be moved around, and that'll help you. There's nothing wrong with the rest of the statements. It's simply that the funds aren't correct from month to month.
Yeah, if I might add to that, the process that Susanna inherited from Regine was that they would make transfers from the funds once a year. So you buy, our checking account is really from the general fund, so you buy out of the general funds and then you make the transfer to the appropriate funds. But years ago, we were not near as transparent, and now we are very transparent. We present how much money we have in the bank, et cetera. And so we do need to have a schedule where when we make large purchases like that, we make that transfer right away, because we all thought we had $2 million in the venue fund, but we actually only have about $1 million. So, so if we're making plans, or if a piece of property comes up, we know that, well, this is what we have to spend, so.
And is there a way to represent that in our financial system, just to, without, I guess just the question is like, how it's represented, because I mean, I'm sure that OpenGov like shows the $2 million, but we know as a process that has to be
Right.
updated. But is there a way to reflect that before we even make the transfer, or does
Well,
it have to be done as a
I
transfer?
think Susanna's already corrected it. She,
Yeah.
after our discussion, she
Yes.
was like, okay, I'm gonna make you happy.
But that was a correction through a transfer, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and Councilmember Reitz read my mind. I was actually already working on doing it as a monthly reconciliation.
Yes.
I haven't made it that far yet, but I'm almost done with like the first month, and we're going to start moving it to being a monthly reconciliation instead of yearly, because the yearly one is a beast, and a monthly one reflects the balances a lot more correctly.
Yep.
So it may even be an improvement from a standpoint of not having to wait until the very end, and then it
Yes.
becomes a difficult task, and just distributing it over the year. That might actually be something that helps our process.
Yes.
Okay. Great.
So with that, if anybody wants to make a motion to approve the financial?
I have another.
Yes, please go ahead.
I have another, and it's very simple. When you have the October 2021, can you go to October? This is a simple typo, but October. So if we will go to the third column, okay, the third column, oh, now they corrected. It used to be 2020, and the year is 2021 and 2022. So October and November used to be 2020 in the papers that they sent Thursday. And that needs to be corrected. And perhaps some people is more familiar when we say on the top, in the title, please, if we can go to the title, this is October 2021, but in reality, we are talking fiscal year 2021-2022. So perhaps in the title, we can say fiscal year 2021-2022. I don't know if they corrected November, because November also used to be bad. Yeah, it's corrected. Yeah, I think that member, you have copies also, that they were wrong. Okay, but that's minimum.
Okay.
Perhaps in also, well, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reitz?
I just want to point out in the sales tax collection, we are at least 1.2 million over anticipated collections. Is that about right? And I don't even have, and you probably already know April and May too. We have a robust economy for sales tax.
Yeah, I think if you compare it,
And then this is also comparing actuals, not the budget, so the budget would be.
Right, right, much larger, yeah, got you, thank you.
Councilmember.
Sorry, one other little nit, I guess. Back at the financial statement cover page, the actual, like basically column like A, B, C, D, E, and then F, G, H are the same. And I think the column H should be like a running total or something.
Yeah, a
on
running
this
total would
one.
be nice.
Like basically columns 5 and 8 are identical. And maybe one of them was meant to be cumulative. So the actual monthly collections and then total collections.
You would have to stay.
Like, so column
There's not
5 from the
reason
left
there's
and then, yeah. Do you see that, Susanna?
Yeah, yes, I see what you're looking at. Let me see if it's
So like
cumulative.
4 over from, or whatever, 3
Total
over from
collections
to your left.
FY
Melissa,
'22,
or-
there.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
not
that
right.
one,
That
And then the
one?
3 to the left from there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I see what you're looking at. That
And that one.
should probably be cumulative.
Yeah.
yeah,
I have a question.
good catch.
So when we have 6 months of data information, would council prefer just to have the last month
Yes.
versus have to go through 6 months of this?
Please.
Yes,
It would be so much easier. Just, if we're going to be getting the data late, just give us the last month. It's easier, quicker, and we've got all the information from the other months.
Yes, will
Okay.
do.
Okay.
Well, let's, I think, go forward in the motion. We'll open it up for discussion at that point so we can take public comments. Did you want to make a motion, Councilmember Reeds, or were there?
yes, I move to approve the financial statements as shown and with corrections.
Second?
All right. So there's a motion to approve the financial statements with the corrections that have been identified through our discussion. With that, we'll open up for further discussion. Looks like there's a member of the public that wishes to speak. Go ahead and activate the mic. You may have a hard time with a dog, but you need to do it one more time. There, you're good now.
Okay. My name is Lisa. I live on Pillow Road. I have a quick question. As a resident, sometimes I like to look at the budget and also have it reflect the reserves. And I was wondering why you don't make that information readily available on these budgets, because is it on there, all the reserves? It says at the top. Oh, on how it reflects in each fund. Oh, I see. Okay. So, but each separate fund has different reserves, right? Okay, and they're all broken down? And that's on OpenGov then? Okay, sometimes I can't find it. Thank you.
All right. With that, all those in favor of the motion to approve the budget financial statements with the corrections, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, motion passed. That takes us to item number 7, consider an act on approval of an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2022 budget, budget amendment number 9, reallocating Arts Commission general funds for Arts Fest expenses. And Sylvia, do you want to give a quick summary of the requested budget amendment?
So Mayor and Council, as you know, Art Fest returned after a couple-year hiatus. The budget that was programmed for Art Fest was the same numbers that we used, I believe, back in 2019. The difference this year is we did have an in-kind donation from Home Depot in the amount of $3,000, but the $39,915 and the $41,435 are the same numbers. So Art Fest had expenses of $98,000, and then we've got to account for the in-kind, which we bought supplies at Home Depot. So total expenses of $101,000. That ended with an expense deficit of $17,200. However, this year was a little bit different in that the Arts Fest also had that revenue received. They had sponsorships. They had the normal rental of the booth space and the t-shirt sales and the merchandise sales, but that also included sponsorships. So they had revenue of $13,476. So the actual net shortfall for the Art Fest was about $3,700. The difference between 1722 and 13,476. There was 26,400 allocated to Arts Commission from their budget to do a variety of things like bringing art home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we are asking that 7,000 of that money be moved over to cover the general fund, to cover the Arts Fest shortfall. And that would still leave a remaining 17,733 into the fund. Yes. No, these would be covered general fund expenses. What makes this a little bit unique is that the hot fund only receives hot fund expenses. We can't deposit revenue that we had from the t-shirt sales and those things into the hot fund. So it's appropriate that it be a general fund expense. Moving forward, producing Art Fest in the future, I really want to present this as a almost like a profit and loss sheet so that you can see what revenues are received. Right now, we did some, I don't want to say creative accounting because that's a scary word, but there's no way to book their revenues that they received. They have expense line items, but never revenue line items. So the revenue that's received just gets dumped into the general fund as an overall pot. So they would have made revenue, but it wouldn't have been available to them. The only thing that was available to them was their expense line items that were provided. So Karen's here to answer any questions. I'm available for any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and I think that this paper, where you have the main paper, it's a revenues, 84,000. In reality, the RFS is from hot funds and mainly from the hotel. So perhaps the revenues could be 220,000 or whatever. And the city council, in reality, in that area, always, they have some restrictions with that budget. I don't believe that they have some freedom with that budget, is my opinion. I think that the Art and Fest, they need to have some freedom with that. And if in this case, expenses, 101, and they say, well, in this case, we will give it to them, the cover of that expenses came from general fund. And it's the same as a transfer, or it's the same as a subsidized. But why we don't go deeper? And deeper is, they have one fund, and that fund belongs mainly to that kind of operations. And they need to have some, when they present the budget, in the budget, they need to have some cushion extra than perhaps something that they don't know what happened. So if they put 84,000, perhaps they need to put 20% and will be another $16,000, then they will be the cushion and they have the freedom if they can use or no, because they prove everything with papers. So instead than, oh, the city council, they need to approve and they need to go with a lot of things, a lot of steps, simple. They believe, because still they believe that it's 39,000 and 41,000, and I have more than 5 years looking at numbers. So perhaps it's more than that. So for us, in some areas, we are a little strong, and in other areas we have flexibility. I don't believe that it's good in the way that we are doing with this fund. That is the fund at this moment, and this is the other thing. They call fund, and they call department. So the fund is the 16. If you will go down, so, okay, you will see there that they say that the fund is the fund 16. and it's the Department 16 and the accounts. So in this case, we are not using that in the same way that we are using the other departments, because the department has a budget and propose that budget, and they have that money. In this case, they propose 84,000, but in my opinion, we are forcing them. And here, when we are using fund and department, I have problems with that, because in my mind, the funds that we have is general fund, and general fund will go for the police and for public works and municipal. And later I will have streets. This is another fund, and all of them, they are from taxes. So I have streets, and later I have utilities. Then in utilities, as a fund, is one of the funds that is, we are doing transfers, and we subsidize that fund. And later you will have the drainage, but the drainage is a fund, because it has money that is coming. And the last will be hot funds, or the hotel occupancy. So this is the only funds in my mind that we have. And from that funds, you go to departments. And from there, you have the accounts. So my view at this moment is so confused that you still, at this moment, showing these papers in which you call the same fund is the same than that department. So it's not only to put numbers for numbers. For me, they have to have behind some logic. This is what I tried to say. So my two main points was logic with defined fund and department. And the second, that is a proposal that maybe one day, no as a council will be holding too much that committee and that funds. They have to have, in my opinion, more freedom. Thank you.
And Sylvia, just in terms of just answering the question about the department, yeah, please go ahead.
Let me go through that. So fund accounting requires every fund to have a number. City of Sunset Valley chose to call its funds 1 through 21. And then within every fund is an associated department. City of Sunset Valley chose to call its hot fund number 16, and its department within itself number 16. Every fund has a department associated with it. And I'll just bring up the operating budget. So this is the general fund. So it's 01. 01 is administration. 0102 is public safety. 0103 municipal court, and so on and so forth. So we go to the hot fund, and the hot fund is Fund 16, and it is Department 16. So that's where the 1616 comes from. It's a mapping on getting expenses down to the bottom. Every fund has a department associated with it. That number could have been 105, but they selected 16 when they were first setting up the chart of accounts. So that's where the numbers come from. To the point of, I'm sorry? I said because it's sweet. Yeah. To the point of the general fund, you're right. Instead of it coming from the general fund, it could come from the hot fund. There's no need to take it from the general fund out of line 0109. There's no need. That's just where there was available dollars allocated to Arts Commission, and they know there's some projects in that budget that they're not going to complete this year. And so the shortfall from for Art Fest was really 3,746. That's the real as of today shortfall. We have some of those invoices that are estimates, and so I chose to give it a 7,000 number to be able to cover anything that potentially might still come. But there is no reason why this could not be 1616 and give it some additional dollars, 6551.
Yeah, I think, Sylvia, you can allocate that numbers. The only, in my mind, I don't see, in this case, then we have some funds, because in this case, in order to have Fund 16, what is the Fund 15?
That's, I'm glad that you asked that, because there is no rhyme or reason to the numbers that were given. I will give you the numbers. We have Fund 01, 02, 14, 16, 18.
Yeah, but what is 14, 15?
14 is street replacement. Here, I'm going
Yeah,
here.
okay.
And I believe that when the city was setting up its chart of accounts many moons ago, that they gave themselves room in case there was an additional fund they wanted to create.
Yeah, that came. This is so important that came then at this moment when we are discussing why we don't allocate money since the beginning in each fund. So in that way, we don't need to be doing transfers at the end. So if at this moment we say all of these funds, and some of that funds, most of them, they will be from general fund, because the money will came from general fund. So the next year, that funds for replacing parts or something, okay, we know that we will take from general fund some amount of money that will go for that fund. But that means that you have a lot of funds that general fund, that they are below the general fund. So it's logical, but at this moment, looks like that we have a blanket order. It's an open. So each time, budget adjustment, because we will see that later in another. So we take from general fund to that. Sounds logical, but your fund had funds, we are not touching that. So the other day, this is the night discussed, how general fund will continue with 684,000. Well, it's logical if each year they put money, and for 2 years, so 1.5 years, we didn't have any events, so they didn't spend money. But this, at this moment, this is that I try to say, with that funds that we have, we need to be sure that since the beginning, we allocate money in that funds. So this is the funds that they exist. So in that way, this fund has this department. So if it's police, that is the money that they have. And if they go over, well, they will come to us and we will try to do budget adjustment, if that is the case. But that was my point. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosengart and then Councilmember Reeds.
As a council member, we all have the opportunity when the budget comes in front of us to allocate as much money as we want in the fund. And the other four have the right to then say 9 or yes, either way. But we approved this budget, all 5 of us. And because I'm going to stay on the agenda, I'm going to move to act on the approval of an ordinance amending the FY 2022 budget, amendment number 9, reallocating Arts Commission with the general funds for the Art Fest expenses. And I really appreciate that the Arts Commission didn't go outside of their budget and ask for more money from the general fund, but they used the money that was budgeted for them. Thank you very much.
So the motion that was just made is to approve the ordinance as it's stated in our backup with the general funds transfer. Is there a second that'll open it for discussion?
Yeah, I will second.
Okay.
And I'd like to make a few remarks too, and kind of at the risk of picking at a scab here. We've just gone through about 2 months ago a huge deal about going over budget, getting prior approvals. And I was the one who said we need a little more flexibility in our system, but I did not have agreement on that. So even if we have volunteers, we still need to monitor this process. If our chief of police has to jump through hoops to pay overtime, our volunteers if they're doing whatever they're doing, need to stay within the budget. So I don't have a problem with it. I support Art Fest, and frankly, I support more flexibility. So, but that is the way this council decided.
Councilmember Johnson? Councilmember Litchfield?
Yeah, so just to echo the sentiment about going over the budget, I don't know why that happened, and I don't really think it's appropriate or I don't think there's appetite to dive into that right now, but I mean, we should get better at that, finding that extra $3,700 or whatever. I would like to echo something that Councilmember Carmona, I think, was asking, and if it's not an echo, then it's an initiation. I would like to change this from the general fund to come from the hot funds, if we can. So change this to be 1616 instead of 0109 as the funding source.
I'm not sure that, I would have to ask you, Karen, are those advertising expenses or are they operational expenses? Because hot funds, you're very specific about the types of expenditures you take from that fund.
Excuse me, Karen Medicus, Arts Commission Chair. So for years, we were set up with our accounting by the city to have, when you see the hot fund application that we are required to submit, there's a box section at the top that says general funds. There's two boxes. One is from hot funds for the 15% cap that cities can use for the arts. The other box is for the unlimited amount that the cities can use for advertising. That's why it's broken out that way. We generate funds from Art Fest through booth sales, et cetera, and that money is generated and deposited in the general fund account. The way we have been directed in the past to show that is if we bring in this $13,000, then we may take $4,000 towards the tent rental out of that, or $5,000 for the porta potties and whatever. So we show that we're using some of that money we generate to offset the cost of the Art Fest. And that's the way it was set up. And that's the way we've been doing it for 14 years. At the beginning of this, when we applied, we asked if there was a different way to present this, and we weren't given one, so we're going through the old process. I'm happy to present this any way that makes sense for how we are accounting, but that's the difference. So we generate money, we use that money to offset the cost. If you want it all to come from hot funds, that's great too. We went over $3,700 this year because we had to do all the signage redone because of the new branding for the city. And then we had 20 more vendors. So we ordered more t-shirts, and our t-shirt sales were actually less this year than we anticipated. So the budget we were working on was a budget that was from 2020. And we had two canceled events, 2020 and 2021. We also had labor costs increase significantly, and that really hurt us this year. Thank you to all the people who volunteered and helped us pop tents when our typically paid staff that we hire on a temporary basis never showed up. So $3,700 difference from 2020 to 2022, 2 years after the pandemic, I think is understandable. And we do get general fund money too, so the Arts Commission applies for two funds, one from the hot funds for Art Fest and one for general funds, and those are for we don't advertise those outside the city, it's for our residents. We do a concert series, or we do a World Art and Culture, and those are events we usually have here at City Hall, and they're for the community, where the hot funds are tourist dollars. So that's for our cultural tourism that brings people into our city. So that's a difference. We use hot funds in two different ways.
So of the expenses, the overage, were they advertising expenses or were they operational expenses?
It was mainly the advertising for the printing of all the signs. And that's a one-time expense because we do these sandwich board signs they had to have the new logo with the new colors and the
Yeah,
new artwork.
yeah.
And we didn't put the year in the logo,
That's
so
good.
we will reuse those every year.
That's good. So if it were truly advertising or promotional type of activities, then we can take it from the hot funds.
Yes, we could.
So I am okay with that, modifying that. Are you, motion maker?
Can you do that this year? We're already halfway through the year. Can you just change codes?
Your budget amendment, as opposed to it coming from 0109, will come from 1616, 6551.
Okay? If that's the will of council?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Okay?
Yes,
That would be fine.
yes. So
Hold on.
if that's where you want it to come from, there's some feats of accounting in the background, and also the ordinance language itself, because let me pull this up. And I'm going to remind you guys about fund accounting. We're going to keep going over fund accounting 101 every single time, because it's not like in your business where I have extra, I can use it. It's not. It has to be allocated within the budget. So, for example, the hot fund has an estimate of higher revenues than what was proposed in the budget. And I've got OpenGov up, and here is what Arts Commission asks for in their budget and was approved by Arts Commission, by the council. There's a 39,915, which is the 15%. There's the 41,435, and there's a 26,400 for a total of 107,750. So they're proposing to move it from the 26,400. The hot fund has expenses allocated to it of a certain amount, which does not include this extra. So our ordinance amendment, our budget amendment would be to move this $7,000 proposed, as opposed to moving it from the general fund, this line item would be to move it from hot fund reserve into hot fund operating expense.
So another way of doing it is we go ahead and proceed with this amendment with the condition that you reimburse the general fund from the hot fund.
That's a separate, that's a separate item.
Okay? So you're saying this is doable?
This is doable. Your motion would, instead of saying, move it from
The general
this-
fund
Yes,
budget.
instead of
that is
moving it from the line item 01095552, your motion is going to be to move 7,000 from hot fund reserve into 16166551 to cover Arts Commission, Art Fest expenses.
So my next question is, do they still have the original budget amount in the general fund?
Yes.
So they are asking for more money, in
No,
essence?
they're not asking for any more money. Councilmember Litchfield's and Councilmember Litchfield's
So then
motion.
they have 26,400 minus 1867 from the general fund, plus they're asking right now, they're not, this is what has been brought up at the dais, $7,000 from the hot fund. So we have this on top of this. My answer will be no.
Yeah, so here's the comment. If, as it is in 09, Karen and company are requesting it from 09 because they know some things aren't going to be done. And so they know they had extra in there. Instead of moving it from 0109, if we move it from 1616, there's still going to be money they're not going to be using, which will fall to fund balance. It's a matter of which coconut moves on what day, what month.
Right.
Karen, go ahead.
Yeah, that's correct. When the Arts Commission submitted the budget last year for this year, there were a lot of ideas that were presented and were funded. And the member of the Arts Commission that was going to head those up is no longer on the Arts Commission. So, and with all of the different things that are happening with CED and beautification and all those ideas, we're waiting for a joint meeting before we go forward with any kind of sculpture or mural or whatever, so that we can all work together. So the funding that we had for those projects are basically waiting until we can work together with other community organizations and committees to figure out how to best work together to beautify the city. So I anticipate that we would have to be giving back, we would be leaving that on the table for this year, because there's only a few months left in this fiscal year. We have one idea for potentially a pop-up art show in the Kohl's parking lot that is kind of floating around, but whether that'll come to fruition, I don't know. So
So I trust the Arts Commission that they won't spend that money, but just as a question, could we at the same time we're making this budget amendment also make an amendment to the Arts Commission budget to reduce it by $7,000 as a way of making it even out? Like, is that something we can do, just take there and just put that back in general fund reserves?
You could, that would.
I mean, if
equal
that
out.
would make you feel more comfortable with that process, then I would say, you know,
Your
and if
motion-
the Arts Commission would be okay with that, because you're already proposing that. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because the conversation, if I heard it correctly, was to, instead of continue using general fund, which is what's used to run the city, free up that money from the general fund and use more of the hot tax. Well, if you take
Yeah.
7,000 away from the hot fund, well, then give 7,000 to the general fund. Don't just keep both of them.
So just make, as part of the amended motion, you know, the budget amendment is going to change where the money comes from for covering the overage from the hot funds. And then also, we're going to make it a budget amendment to the Arts Commission general fund to reduce it by $7,000 for this fiscal year. And
As the motion is said already, add to that we are going to reimburse the general fund after $7,000 has been paid for the Art Fest. So thus, it still comes to a balance of $17,733.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. At this moment, Sylvia, she gave it to us a number, 3,253. So that is all the money. So when they put here 7,000, and it's coming that in reality, not necessary, they will transfer 7,000. According to this, it's transferred 7,000 from general fund to hot funds, or hot funds. Or they call ARFEST, the department.
It's called the hot fund. So,
The department, what is, I'm sorry, Sylvia?
hot fund.
Hot funds. So according to this paper, is to put 7,000 from the general fund to hot funds. And they put that only expenditures 1,600. And the problem with this is remaining 17,000. So that is not clear for me that, and this is one. The second that I have is, if we used to have $260,000, you mentioned that only 15% of that, the revenue that we have from hot funds used to be 260. So if hypothetical, we will have 200,000 revenues. From that 200,000 revenues, only you can use 15% for tourism, and you can use that only for advertising, no, for operation. This is this paper.
So the way the state law reads about the hot fund is that cities can use up to 15% to promote the arts from the hot fund. There's no limit on how much the cities can use for advertising and tourism.
Okay, but at this moment you request $39,000 for operation and $41,000 for advertising.
No, it's the other way around. So,
It's right there.
yes, so this 39,915 is the 15% cap. That's what can be used for arts. There is no limit to the 41,435 that can be used for advertising. And so the motion on the table is that the hot fund budget be increased by $7,000 in the advertising line item, and the general fund budget be reduced by $7,000 to the Arts Commission so that they wash each other out. But that still leaves the Arts Commission with $17,000 to do some of the projects that they intended to do. Whether or not those happen remains to be seen, but that will fall to the general fund if they don't happen.
And I think we look at a way to improve this process next year.
Please, our budgets are due on May 31st, so, yeah, I'd like some clarity.
I would really like the city, and we talked about this, I'd really like the city, this is our signature event. It should be something that we invest in, and if we need to look at, other types of funds to make it, to really make it a significant event, if we can do that all with hot funds, that's great. I think there's some issues with that if we're generating revenue and we're trying to do all this. I think there's some consideration for future budgets that we need to add general fund budgets to cover that. But I'd really like the city to plan out, further in the out years.
And I just want to make sure in that the money that we generated from the event is general fund money, that money can be used, or we're still be able to use that money to pay some of our expenses, correct? Okay, I just want to make sure we can pay all our bills. Thank you.
So the amended motion is to, from the hot fund reserves, add to the 6551 advertising budget for the Arts Fest by $7,000, and then reduce the general fund Arts Commission budget by $7,000 to the 17,733. That's the motion maker and the second agree to that? Yes. Any further discussion? Congratulations for a successful arts event. You guys did a great job. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right. So council, we are at our time certain item. So what I'd like to do, as I mentioned, is that we're going to complete item number 10, 11, and 12, and then go back to item number 8 and 9. I also would like, as part of, just for planning and preparation for item number 11, I'd like us to first meet in executive session and then come back out. So that we're going to keep that, or we'll do that when we get to item number 11. So we'll open our public hearing. The time is 7 o'clock. It's a public hearing to consider updates and revisions to the City of Sunset Valley's comprehensive plan and future land use map, the first of 4 scheduled public hearings. And we'll begin open our public hearing at 7 p.m. Some context to this is that the Planning and Environmental Committee has been working on updates to the comprehensive plan for a number of months, I think going back a year and a half or a couple of years. And they've come up with the updated draft plan that's been presented with the initial public hearing. We had it, I think, back in earlier in May. I think it's the dates here in the backup. This is the second public hearing. However, we also are anticipating that Zoning Commission, based on some other feedback, is that they really want to come in and review it as well. We have some dates in our current backup for the 3rd and 4th public hearings. I think right now they're targeted for dates in June, if I remember correctly, and that's if we can bring those up. So we're gonna be having we had a Public Works open house scheduled, which is going to occur this Saturday. We're doing our council meeting today. The Zoning Commission is going to be meeting to review this on May 25th. I anticipate that zoning is going to want to take some extra time to go through and provide feedback, not comprehensive revisions, just to go through it and provide feedback. That's probably going to push out our public hearing number 3 and number 4 until after Zoning Commission has a chance to provide input into that. And I talked to Sylvia and the Mayor Pro Tem about this, just in terms of, I would anticipate that there'll be a longer process in this to give the public and particularly the Zoning Commission more time to look at the comprehensive plan. So I would say that those 3rd and 4th public hearings are likely to be pushed out until later in the process, just for everybody's awareness. And so with that, we will open up the public hearing, and Sylvia, I'll let you start with or Matt, let you start with an overview of where we're at with the comprehensive plan, and we'll open up for public comments. Oh, Carolyn, sorry. Yeah, Carolyn, sorry, you're there.
It's okay. So yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. The Planning and Environmental Committee has worked tirelessly on bringing the comprehensive plan to this stage, and we know that the Zoning Commission is also wanting to kind of go over it and talk about it a little bit. And so we have a story page there that we've created that has the draft document, kind of tells a little bit about what goes into the comprehensive plan. So I want you to think, I think on the story page, we have it as kind of the umbrella. The comprehensive plan is the foundation or the thing that kind of overhangs everything, and all of our other plans and stuff should kind of flow out of that comprehensive plan. So our comprehensive plan is not detailed to the point where it's like prescriptive per se. That's where you really kind of get more into like the actual code and those requirements. But it kind of gives you the goals and the vision for the city, and kind of and gives you the kind of path forward of what the city would look like in the future. We had some really great comments. I know Randy Rosengarten with the Public Works Committee sent me a copy of, he went through and actually added a table of contents and everything to it for us. So I really appreciate that, and we'll probably be using a lot of that going forward. But if you guys have any questions about any particular sections, any ideas, things that you would like to see, we did have our first kind of town hall style meeting just a few weeks ago, it feels like. And we had a few people there. We will have a room set up. The conference room will be set up, and we'll be asking people to come in, open house. We hopefully will have a pretty good attendance right there. People can come in and make comments, and really, hopefully we'll get a good amount of wide community feedback out of that process. But yeah, if there's any questions, anything like that.
Rosengarten?
Would you be able to send that copy of Randy's to all the council and mayor?
Yes, I can. And I was probably going to go ahead and try to take all the comments that we received from the other meeting and kind of add them in on the side. So you'll just have comment bubbles that you can see from the others.
And I think there's also comments in OpenGov as well.
Yes.
That would be good to incorporate if we're going to be including those comments. So, I think Councilmember Reitz and then Councilmember Johnson.
So, first of all, I appreciate all the work that Public Planning and Environmental did. This is a huge amount of work. The problem with it for me, and I'll just kind of be blunt, is that it is a lot of stuff in here. And it feels a little bit of a gotcha type of thing. It's like, and I don't mean this, and I don't think y'all anticipate that was in your intention at all. For example, we will become Atlas 14. We will adopt Atlas 14. That, I think we should have some thorough discussions about that, and we should understand what that all entails. Because it may entail that a number of our property owners may have to buy flood insurance. And so some of these types of things, I think, deserve a more thorough discussion on some of the goals. And I'm afraid if I sign off on this, it's going to be the gotcha. It's like, well, you signed off on it, city council signed off on it, so therefore you said you were going to do this. And I have a problem with that. So, and I have a problem with a number of these statements. One is the low density. I don't have a problem with low density in our residential area. I think if our shopping centers ever redeveloped, it would be more of a mixed retail type of project. I don't believe they will just redevelop and look the same. I think the only way that it is an affordable, economical way to do it is do some type of mixed development. And I think we need to be, in the future, open to that, or we will end up with shopping centers that don't get redeveloped, and they'll become old and tired. Our good tenants will move out, and we will become a very value-oriented type of shopping center. And I don't think that's where we want to go. So I think we need to be a little more forward-thinking with that and look at that. The other thing is that there's just little comments. For example, become a walkable city, but yet we want to be a rural city. We have very narrow streets. We have no sidewalks. We have no place to walk except if there's a trail or in the middle of the street. And so are we saying we want to put sidewalks in? Or are we saying, what are we saying when we say that? I don't know what we're saying. And so there are a lot of discussion points. And I think our residents need more input into this. I don't believe we have talked to our largest property owners, which are our shopping centers, our businesses. We haven't gotten their input into this. I think we should, they are the ones who pay our bills, and we should be collaborating. We should have more of a collaborative approach. I don't believe the public hearings, I mean, look, we have 4 people, all 4 of you were involved in the writing of it. And so it's really hard to have a public hearing when, and it's really hard for any resident to look at this document and go through it. I mean, it's overwhelming. And it's, you know, and to really piece through it, because there was so much effort and thought into it, and I totally appreciate that. So I don't want to come across as not being appreciative. But I do think that the process, if we can change the process a bit where we are a bit more collaborative. I mean, this never came through CED. There's a lot of community development, community engagement and economic development types of things in there. We never saw it. We never got any input into it. And so it would be helpful to go through the committees, to do all that process. I don't know if there's a hurry to this process. Is there a hurry to get this done? I don't know if there is and why. But I don't feel like I can sign off on something that I'm not sure our residents have said, yes, we want to do that, or no, we don't. And there's not that many of them, but they deserve thoughtful discussion. So that's my thoughts.
Councilmember Johnson.
I had like a more top level question, which was like, how much time did zoning say they wanted? I think you had an estimate.
Probably a couple of months, and they really want to look at it from almost a legalese perspective. What's tripping what up?
Okay, and it sounds like we potentially might have more than a few months, based on. So okay, that's what I wanted.
Other comments or questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
No. Yeah, again, I am looking at the schedule, and they say that will go for the zoning May 25 or 25th. If zoning will take 2 or 3 months or more, so these dates that we have here for public hearing, they will change, or how we will be moving in that way?
Yeah, I don't want to have the.
They have been posted in the newspaper, but we can post canceling them, or they could potentially be a joint meeting if, you know, they're flexible, but they can be, you know, canceled. We would just need to publish notice, because we have published a notice on our website and in the paper that these are the dates for the hearing, but they're not, you know, they're not set in stone.
Okay, so if at this moment we have a draft, then one committee, they spend a lot of time, a lot of hours, and members of that committee, they have a lot of history about this place, so they have some view. And I agree that we need to be open, because every day you have more and more people coming. So if this is so important, because we are looking the vision of this place, I think that we need to spend more time inviting people, inviting to work with this. I don't know if they need to go in parts, but they can have sessions, the same that we try to do Thursday of playing in City Hall, perhaps Thursday of talking about comprehensive plan, and invite people. Maybe nobody's coming, but maybe some people, they will come, and they will give it to us something. So in that way, instead, this is, you have a business, and when you open up one business, if you don't have some marketing, maybe that business will die. So we need to do some marketing. We need to offer to the citizens. And we need to say, we will have these sessions. Please try to participate. This is why it's so important. This is not city council. This will be for the public. It's important because the last comprehensive plan was 11 years ago. So now you have the opportunity for everybody So in that way, if we are doing that effort, because remember, as an employee, and this is not for you, so I put that in the newspaper, I send that, well, you are doing your job, but I am not doing my job because I don't have the public. The public is not interested. I need to go with the public. And I have a lot of ways to do that. So one of them is to invite them and give it to them with a good facilitator, somebody that will be taking that notes. And from that small meetings, we will create something. And in that way, we'll be rich that document. And when we will have the zoning in the same way and go to the community. So when I am looking here in 2 or 3 months, when we will have here some hearings, the people, you will have more people with more education about the topic. And in that way, you don't say, well, that neighbors, they have that view, but these neighbors, they have another view. No, we had the opportunity to come together, but we are not doing us because we send the directions to the staff, and the staff needs to be pushing outside. If we are not doing that, I am not doing my job. Marketing, invite that people, give it to them something simple. They cannot be reading 12 or 16 pages. We need to go little by little. And from here to here, we will cover all of this. And from here to here, so making some schedule and watching that. Believe me, this is the same way we were in the university, and we have a subject. So that subject, 48 hours. This is, you have to teach that in 48 hours. And you have maybe 6 hours every week. So in 8 weeks, you finish that subject. Here, it's not so complicated because this is more, what do they want? So they don't need to study too much. They need to come here. They need to give it to us, the ideas, and try to have that. So looking in that way, I will have maybe 1 month and 2 or 1 visit to this place and try to discuss that in 4 parts and try to have somebody that will be with experience as a facilitator, not necessarily with interest in the topic. Needs to be sometimes open. But with some teaching or facilitator experience that will let the people to talk. And I think that we will have a much better idea. Because if not, again, we will be unhappy. First, you have a group of people that they were working so many hours. Because I used to check when they were working. And they feel that that belongs to them. But that is true. They are the guys that they grow that. Okay, but now we need to share with everybody. And they need to be open to other comments because we will have different views. And this is the interesting of the vision, comprehensive plan. So my suggestion, Mayor, is that perhaps, or we can discuss, that we need to go more with a plan, then we develop the plan in order to invite the community. And postcards, the other things, and in that way, I think will be beneficial because next year, members of the council, they will have problems if something is not moving or something is, this is very, very important. This is why I try to say that, and I propose that for discussion or whatever.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I open it up to the public, any other questions or comments? Carolyn?
Yeah, so I completely hear what you're saying about having this. I think you're correct. It's a lot to digest, especially trying to digest as an entire document. So what if we looked at it from this perspective of having, zoning commission's already planning, they've already got the information, they'll be kind of working through it. And as Sylvia said, it looks like they're going to be working through it for a more legalese kind of thing. But what if we did break it up into like the different goals? There's like 4 or 5 of them, I think, in there, maybe 6. and had a series of workshops, especially on the ones that are the larger goals. There's a few of them that are pretty short that maybe be able to combine, but have a series of workshops basically that is open to the public, and we kind of have, it's going through each of these goals kind of and seeing, okay, well, what is it you see? What changes? What is it? Maybe it's just a change of a word. Maybe it's not adopt something. Maybe it's, research and, determine if this is the best course of action kind of thing. So maybe that's where we kind of find that happy medium basically to keep the project moving forward, but also to just chunk it up into more digestible topics, basically.
Yeah, I think if we could take advantage of the extra time, then we could do that over the
Yes.
summer. That'd be great.
And I will say this, one of the things that was kind of moving this a little bit further along was the land development code, and we've had to reissue that RFP, so it's not like knocking on the door that we're going to be starting that, as soon as we had originally anticipated. So we do have a little bit, I think, more of a grace period in there before we do that, so.
I think that sounds great.
And I'll add to, and this is to Mayor Pro Tem's comments of how to engage with residents. That's one of the things, as I believe Carolyn and I, for the folks that attended the town hall, and they're residents that you normally see at resident events, committee members, so they are already engaged in city business, and so how to reach those that don't typically engage, even attend committees or participate, because the comprehensive plan is just that. It is very comprehensive and it's very broad, and it should encompass everyone's view. And it should be a consensus process. And so one of the things Carolyn is working with Ryan, is his name, our GIS intern, who's actually created a really cool
Story map.
So things like that, using technology, other tools at our disposal to try to engage with the public. So hopefully we'll have that story map for you guys to look at.
For you guys to see, yeah. It's specifically on zoning and kind of land development, and looking at, I guess, land use in that map, basically starting with like, what were the, general, what would, if we still had the same lot lines we had today, what would the zoning look like in 1995, in 2010, and what we have now in 2022, and then ask the question, what do you see going forward? To take this map and color it in yourself, basically. And it may be something that may be a meeting in itself, which I think it would need to be, is that kind of future land use and going through that kind of process with everybody of what they see and what they would see in the future and what are the other opportunities there. So.
And you might also use the newsletter and break out a topic and put it in detail in the newsletter.
Sounds good.
All right, if we can, members of the public that wish to speak to this item during the public hearing, please step to the mic and state your name.
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. I'm in favor of slowing the heck down on this project. I always have been. One of the things that we said really early on was that it needed to go to other committees, and that it should have, and in-depth looks at other committees. I mean that was said pretty early on in there, especially joint meetings. We were talking about all kinds of things with zoning and BOA. The land development code push, which I found very unattractive, was what was driving the timeline. I mean, it's good to get things done, but that was what was doing, and I felt like it was a totally rushed thing, because I think the discussion is far more important. I do have concerns about charrette bias in the presentations, so I want to make sure that we have neutral information that's going out to the public. You and I, Councilmember Reitz, have a difference of opinion. I think that there's a really strong importance that what makes Sunset Valley is that we have had a bias towards resident ownership as opposed to rental ownership. And that's been a strong thing that has created Sunset Valley and our environmental movement and the way that we do that, which is code for low density, but it really is owner-occupied bias. And that's what has made Sunset Valley, as far as I'm concerned. And low density towards that. So when we're talking about that, that's what at least my intention is about that. And that's what allows us, because you start cutting this pie and you've lost your subsidies, you've lost a lot of things. It's because we have very few people with a large base that we exist in the way that we exist. So I have a lot of concerns when people start saying multi-use, mixed race, mixed retail kinds of, mixed retail kinds of things down in our shopping, because that destroys the model. I did.
Well,
I said
no,
it.
I'm going to take serious offense, because probably one of the very first things I heard of specifically from, at that point, Councilmember Gonzalez, was a propensity for diluting the vote if we allowed mixed use.
Excuse me, I believe I have the floor. Thank
So
you.
the some of the bias that is listed is absolutely discriminatory.
So let's proceed with the public comments.
Thank you. So, I believe that there is an in-house, and I will say it right, I mean, you can just see that there's an in-house bias towards mixed-use development, which is inappropriate in a neutral staff position. So I have concerns about that in our discussion going further. So, yes. So anyway, all that aside, so I agree. I think we need to explain piece by piece in a neutral way so that people understand in a charrette fashion, because it's complicated. And the only people who have background, we didn't have it on planning and environmental when we started, but BOA and zoning do. And they need to have all the time in the world that they want to look at it, because there's nobody more educated about those issues in the city than BOA and zoning, and they need to have all their time. And other people need to have, plenty of time to discuss. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that wish to speak?
Helen Bessie. Yeah, I just wanted to say that the comprehensive plan, when we were looking at it and really rushing through it, I like the idea of the shorter time frame, because it makes you really concentrate and focus on it rather than having it be drawn out over months and months and months. And that's just my personal way of doing work. But I also think that there were so many sections in it that each of us had a different interest in. Like I'm really interested in the fire preparedness, because I'm really concerned about it. I don't think the city is really doing anything about it. So it seems like those kinds of things, safety things, could be sent to the Public Safety Committee, because that's what they're supposed to be interested. They needn't look at, some of the other things that they're not interested in. There's no reason to make a committee look at the entire comprehensive plan unless they want to. But CED could be looking at certain areas. Public Works would be certainly would be looking at different areas like the watershed or the drainage, et cetera, et cetera. So I would take it apart, give it to the committees in their areas of expertise and interest, and then if they want to pursue more, then let them. But they're the ones who know more about these sections than we do. So that was my thought, and I never did understand why we didn't. And the only other thing I want to say is that I think planning and environmental looks at all of it, because we are still planning, and I think we are effective at it, and we're environmental, and so much of our city has to do with environmental issues with all of our green space, and most of us here, I think, want to have nature and wildlife around us. So I think it was okay. I think it was appropriate for us to look at the whole thing, even though I must say I wasn't interested in certain areas. So just that. And the other thing that I wanted to say is, would you please, Sylvia, I know Sylvia agrees with me on this, would you please look at the zoning? We have a neighborhood office zoning that I don't think has been looked at, reviewed. I think I was on the council back then, and I put part of that thing together, and it is so outdated, and so it's just antiquated. And if we did have somebody who wanted neighborhood office, which I think is appropriate on Brody Lane, actually, then we need to be up to speed with what's appropriate now. And the fact that we don't ever do anything about zoning drives me nuts. That's it. So thanks. You have too much to do. Appreciate everything you do, but if somebody could take that up, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Other members of the public that wish to speak at this time?
Hello. I just wanted to say the comprehensive plan hasn't changed that much from the last plan. I'm not saying like status quo is okay or whatever. We probably do have some kind of glaring holes in there that other committees would see that we might have overlooked. But if you compare it to the last comprehensive plan, we go over literally all the same topics. We were just really ruthless about having super specific language where there were some vagaries in the last comprehensive plan. So I think we did a really good job of just refining it. It's not a super radically different approach. It's kind of business as usual for our city and what the residents have come to expect. And yes, we have talked about having a joint workshop, so perhaps we could look into that. I don't know if that's on this calendar, if there's room for that, but inviting all the committees to participate would be great. And then the other thing is that could we possibly find out if insurance companies rely on the city code or if they rely on their own, if they decide to go with Atlas 14 or not? So, because we don't want to affect residents negatively and have them have more expense. So if someone could please look into that with the insurance companies, I think that's a really important thing to find out. Thank you.
The insurance for FEMA is a community risk spread across that community. So it is specific to, there are, I believe there's 28 insurance companies who will serve, they all offer the same rate. It's a standard rate, it's based on community risk. We do get a discount for being part of the flood insurance program, but if some of the community is riskier than others and those that require flood insurance, that risk is spread among that community, so.
Carolyn?
Yes, and just to, I guess, address, because they're talking about that right there, Public Works Committee is looking at a possibility of a task order to investigate Atlas 14. We're waiting on some information back to see what we can gather from the city of Austin without any fees. But we will be bringing that, they'll be working through that, and so we'll have something in the next few months regarding that specific item, separately from all of this.
You know, I think it's kind of the wording when it says adopt.
Yes.
I think if it just said research, you know, and study and you know.
Determine the impacts and something like that. Yeah, I could see, I just went through that and saw that. But yeah, we can definitely, I'm kind of writing down possible like charrette or meeting ideas and stuff about maybe there's a meeting on the future land use map and zoning categories, which are kind of very interrelated. And then we can kind of go from there through some of the goals and do some kind of joint meetings. And then separately, if some of the committees want to look at things that are very much of interest to them, I would hope that the council liaison and those committee chairs can say, you know what, we want to look at the wildfire. And so then we can kind of go through there and they can have their specific going to those individual committees. At the same time, we're opening up to the wider public.
Councilmember Johnson?
Sure. So when when Justin and I had the agenda item about moving along those 3 city-owned pieces of property towards like rezoning them as finding like the right slice whether it was conservation or parkland or the green space one that's like in the middle there, it was said, well, let's let parks and open spaces ad hoc do their own thing, do their thing, and then also comprehensive, right? Those are like the 2 binding things. So, and maybe this is cart before the horse. It sounds like this is gonna, comprehensive plan is gonna be a long time now. So, I just want to hear people's thoughts on maybe, we even said we won't do anything about those 3 pieces of property either way until those 2 things are done. But we also, you know, we talked about 37 Lone Oak and where it's like, how long was that? 10 years was about ago or whatever it was. And so like now we're looking at maybe another year. You think it's going to be 6 months?
Y'all think it's gonna be more than 6 months?
I think we
to
can
get this
constrain,
done?
I can't think we can constrain the process, so what we're talking about is additional workshops that might be broken out by
Yeah.
topics for the public, going to specific committees, zoning in particular wants to take a more comprehensive look at it, but
Yeah, they
I would
do.
also agree that this summer, we should be going to the committees with the introduction of the comprehensive plan and doing more outreach to bring people in the community. I would like to accomplish that process before the next election, certainly, because there's like, I mean, that's sort of like because then it just becomes like this open-ended thing of like, well, now all the work that we've done is like
Oh, you're
undone.
right.
So I think we want to bound
Yes.
it and constrain it to say,
Yes.
let's get it done in
I agree.
3 months, right?
I
And
agree.
that's, work within that schedule. So that's my guidance, right? Just in terms of like, I don't want to make this open-ended. I want to say,
October.
or, after we get done with our budget, this is, we can conclude the process or whatever, something like that. I think we could get it done before
so,
then,
too. I think so, too.
I think
But kind of what's in my mind is if Parks and Open Spaces ad hoc has done their thing and we still don't have, if we don't think that we're anywhere close to getting done with comprehensive plan, I'm looking at a map from 2011 that has 2 pieces of property marked as park, and I'm not going to have much of an appetite to like keep on dragging our feet on that. I mean, they're marked as park since 2011. And it's just sitting there. And then, so, the 6401, what's the one just past the Brody Bridge? Is that 6401?
6107?
6107.
6107.
Yeah, the more, wait on that. I get it. That's like a new piece of property. These other ones just have been in the city portfolio for so long that they just need, we'll have
There's only one
robust
new-
debate about it,
there's-
but,
There's only two are new pieces of property, right?
No, the Galt property was 2007, and then
Well, we
37
just
Lone Oak.
now have ownership.
But it's in the old
We-
comprehensive plan as park. I'm just saying,
Okay,
there it
okay.
is.
Okay,
Right there.
okay.
So, I just,
Yeah,
at,
okay, I
at some
gotcha.
point, we made a
I
motion
gotcha.
about like just waiting, but I can see at the end of the summer, I might say like, we need to pull 2 of those out of that and just say like, let's
do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
or Litchfield.
And I think to make the counterpoint to that, like adding 6 months to like the 37 Lone Oak, I agree, is like, that doesn't seem like an existential risk or whatever, even though it's like been green on that map forever. To my mind, the commitment that I think we should make is that, look, we bought this with the venue tax, we're acting on it quickly. So I would say that we should actually move faster on the newer property than we would feel pressure to do on Lone Oak, because that's been sitting for a long time. Because we're trying to set a good examples for our future selves. So.
Not the way I thought that counterpoint was going to go, but yeah, I can get on board.
So council, what we're talking about is not unreasonably, but extending this process in order to, I think, get more input, but also get further feedback from specific committees. So can we bring these to the committees, maybe either through the liaisons or just putting it on their agendas, maybe breaking out specific areas? I think, there may be some relevancy of specific, topics that are more relevant to some committees than others. But I think also, Carolyn, your idea of having like broken out workshops over this summer would be great.
Okay.
And, the ways that we can push the advertisement for that, obviously the usual methods, but sending out mailers, using hopefully the new community vitality coordinator as part of that process would be really great too. And I would also echo what Mayor Pro Tem said, is that council just doing your own due diligence to engage with residents and let them know that this is something that we want their input on. And as you talk to your constituents, to do that. So, Sylvia, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a question about the process. If there was a request to bring in other committees and things, what happened to that? Was there a formal request ever made to bring to committees? Was there, we need Public Works at the table? Was there? This is the first I hear of it.
I don't remember there being a formal, like, we need to shop this around request. There was more of a, let's put it out to the general public and kind of look through for the general public to kind of do that. But I think it's a good idea to,
Absolutely a great idea.
and it's up to the other committees to also take up and champion that as well.
Yeah. We will.
Matt and then Mayor Pro Tem.
So zoning is meeting May 25th, and we'll, know more after that meeting. Would council, mayor, directing me to, should we cancel those hearings scheduled for
Yes.
for June? Okay.
Yeah, cancel those
Then
two
we can-
hearings, and then what we're going to be doing is scheduling a series of workshops in the interim, and then we will have public hearings. I would like to have those public hearings, just, but I would say give us like the summer, right? But I would say it's obviously
Remember,
budget
we have
season, and,
We don't have a meeting, or we don't have our first meeting in July, but then
Right.
July 19th, we start back on our normal schedule.
Yeah.
So.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll go back to the public. Mayor Pro Tem first. Yeah.
Okay, I think that in the way that we are moving, you are sending one direction to the staff, right? At this moment, we are telling to them, and at this moment, the leader of the staff are you, right, Sylvia? So, because at this moment, if Caroline, she understood something and you understand other thing, I think that we need to be clear. So if at this moment we try to invite the community, so for the leader and the supervisor, that is the steps that we will be taking. And as you say, all that you said, I don't want to repeat, but the order is to the leader. And behind the other employees, they can provide that. And it's critical, the following, in my opinion, the following 8 weeks. Because I think that we can accomplish all of this in that 8 weeks. And with that, Mayor, I think that it's no bad idea to be talking with the zoning committee, you. And in that way, and from me, you have my support that if they can do one extra mile to be working with this, not every month, it's the same with finance, then sometimes they, in some periods of the year, they are weekly. So at this moment, we need that people. And we cannot hold all of these until they will decide something. We need them. And because we need them, I suggest that we need to talk. But you as a mayor, asking the effort of that committee, and they need to produce and pass. And in that way, Caroline, she can go with the mass, or when I say the mass, the community. And with the community, we can start learning together, but as a plan. And again, the committees, they can be working also by themselves, but at this moment it's community, it's not committees. Please.
Yeah, I think, Sylvia, one thing that if you and I can meet with the chair of the zoning commission, just to have a conversation about the process and what they're looking at, and Carolyn, obviously the staff and myself, let's set up a time to do that, because I'd like to review that before they start getting into the process. And then go back to the public for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Melissa Gonzalez, but I'm speaking for the three of us who very clearly, the three, Karen, myself, and Helen, we clearly remember in our meeting thinking that the pieces that were specific to committees should certainly be presented to them. Like, for instance, Public Works, and we did talk about, as Carolyn was saying, during Public Works, we did talk about the Atlas 14 implications and wanted to move something forward on that. And that each piece that was relevant to each committee should specifically be brought to them. And all three of us have a clear memory of that. Thank you.
Good. Thinking it and directing staff to do it are two different things.
So I'll just clarify that. So the minutes from the Planning Environmental Committee says just an email to committees and commission regarding the plan. And so that's all that was kind of included in the minutes at that point. So, but we can definitely move forward and kind of send a more specific email to the committees about, please look at this, determine which sections of the code you want to, of the plan, to kind of take up and kind of champion and kind of look through in your committees.
Council, any other discussion for the public hearing for this agenda item? appreciate everybody's input, and especially all the hard work that's been done with the Planning Environmental Committee. This is something that we do want to make sure that we have as much input as possible from the rest of the community. And so I'm appreciative that we're giving ourselves more time to do so. But I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that we don't want this to be, I think this is something we get done in the next 2 months, you know, is my what I'm envisioning, but that kind of depends on how fast the zoning commission can respond. So, oh, one more.
I've said this before, but there is a process of the charrette that is used by cities and agencies across the country, and there are people that specialize in that process, and it's specifically for gathering that community input. We struggle with that because people don't show up for committee meetings, people don't, so how do you engage our community? They have a process, and it's a neutral process. It's facilitated, and we're like asking staff to be charrette facilitators, and that's a really specific skill. So it would be really lovely if the city would consider having a facilitator that specializes in charrettes and community engagement under contract to do these kinds of things, so it doesn't all fall to staff. And committees are like, we meet once a month, but when P&E was looking at the comprehensive plan, we had multiple workshops to educate ourselves on Saturdays. We walked property, we had extra meetings, and that's what it's going to take, because committees that meet once a month, it's a slow process. So I'm just all for a facilitator that's specifically doing charrettes for the community. Thank you.
I recommend giving away free stuff to get people to come.
All right. With that, Council, I'm going to close the public hearing at 7:45 p.m. So, Council, the next item is consider act on approval of the following staffing items: organizational chart and administration department restructuring, community coordinator, which is a new position, the code and trail enforcement officer, which is a new part-time position, and then an ordinance amending the fiscal year 22 budget to cover those positions. As I mentioned, I'd like to start with our discussion in executive session regarding staffing items. So moving to, if I could get a motion to move into executive session per the local ordinance or Texas government code that'll to discuss issues of staffing.
A motion, we move into executive session, et cetera, et cetera.
There's a second?
Yeah. I will
Personnel
second.
issues, yeah, sorry. And Paige, if you can remind me of the specific code that falls under. Okay.
Yeah, 551074.
Move into executive session under Texas Government Code 55107. So.
That's what I said.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor of moving to executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear.
We're citing the proper authority that lets us move to executive session.
Oh,
so
okay.
We're just specifying the specific government
Yes.
code that lets us do that. So,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
yeah.
Sorry.
All those opposed, say nay. All right. So let's move to executive session at 7:56 p.m. All right, time is 8:30, we're resuming open session. So continuing our discussion on agenda item number 11, consider an act on approval of the staffing. Council, or let's start with the city administrator or Matt, if you want to provide an overview for the members of the public, and then we'll go into questions for council.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. As discussed at the last meeting, we went back and made some amendments to the proposed community coordinator position, and also some exact costs as they were going to be related in the budget. We also discussed about the city secretary role being an outsourced or a contract position. Council asked us to go back and take a look at that item, and so we did. And we essentially came back with a hybrid of what Matt's old position was in terms of assisting the city secretary and the municipal court clerk. Her being able to be developed and transitioned into a city secretary, which is the item that you'll see in blue, reporting to the assistant city administrator, also the community coordinator reporting up in that, which gives the opportunity for, one, the Assistant City Administrator, Matt, to be developed, and also give him the opportunity for also some HR oversight. So those were the changes. I hear concerns about time and overload as related to the duties that would be assigned. And I will say that as part of her municipal court duties, she's already helping with these items, and they are in her job description. They're in the job description that Matt used to provide. So it is really essentially just developing her additionally. The concern about the time it takes to train, et cetera, we are amenable to maybe a temporary position in terms of reception or administrative help that would help Matt and Melissa transition quicker. So.
Great. All right, council, so are there additional questions for staff? I would also be in support of evaluating bringing on a part-time receptionist to allow for Melissa to accelerate or give time for her to give training. And I think that would be then a future item that we can bring back after we understand like the cost and what that might look like from a assistance standpoint. But in general, I think this is a good approach. It allows for staff development. It allows for us to, continue to retain the city secretary role as within a full-time position. Questions for staff? Councilor Rosengarten?
I move to approve the organizational chart as done this evening with the administrative department restructuring, with Assistant City Administrator, Community Coordinator, Trail Community Resource Officer, and the ordinance amending the FY 2022 budget, amendment number 10, in an amount not to exceed $57,764.02.
So it's a motion to approve the staffing items as listed under A, B, C, and D, with the budget amendment under D. There might have been, I think, one of the changes to the community coordinator that had potential was inverting some of the bullet points in terms of like the roles and responsibilities. So I think if you're in agreement with that.
Agree.
Okay. And then is there a second for that?
I'd like to second it, please.
Councilmember Leesfield seconds. All right. Further discussion on this item? Are there members of the public that wish to speak?
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Streets. I just want to say generally, I see that there's sort of a creep towards losing some of, there was a thing that staff would say that we had to do everything that a big city had to do with less people. And I just want to make sure that we have all those bases covered again, that we go back to where we were and we look at those job descriptions and make sure they're not getting lost. That's my concern, because then you just keep having things fall through the cracks. And because I've watched things fall through the cracks for a couple of years now, and I just want to make sure, and then it all gets contracted out and then our costs go higher, so that we have So the end effect is that we have higher contract costs, more specific job duties at higher costs, and that's just the creep that I'm concerned about in terms of our long-range financial plan. And then we're not looking at our long-range financial plan as to where those intersections are. And it's been a crazy couple of years, right? No question. But we lost a lot when we lost a lot of people because there was that historical memory that was lost, and you can't train it back. You can't train all those skill sets back that were developed over 20 years, So I just, and that's true of our committees. So if we're losing them too, we lose so much. So I guess there's a preservation falling through the cracks and being contracted out because it's a quality of our city that we're losing if we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak to this item? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, the motion passes. Council, we're going to proceed with item number 12 before going back and doing the remaining items on our agenda. This is agenda number 12. Consider an act on approval of an ordinance amending the Land Development Code, creating sections 150.118-150.129 for short-term rental registration regulations under zoning land use. And if we can get an introduction by staff in terms of the changes that have been made since the last time we discussed this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You requested a definition of bedroom, so that has been added into the registration process, and it is based on the International Residential Code, the International Mechanical Code, the International Energy Code of a defined bedroom or sleeping unit. And then also we removed the GIS mapping of the location of short-term rentals.
So, Council, this is another item that has received, community input from various sources. We also have, I'm sure, members of the public that wish to speak to this. What wasn't changed was, I know there was a lot of discussion on this last time, the current proposed regulations or the requirements that would have to be met in terms of, the registration process and the oversight. That is still as it was, and I know there's a lot of discussion about whether that needs to be changed in a way, or people want the ordinance as it is. And I think the other thing that we didn't have time to collect was comparable rates, for registration rates from other cities. So that, unfortunately, we weren't able to provide that for further context. We do know that, for example, City of Austin has a fairly high registration rate for this compared to what was being discussed at our last meeting. It's not included in this item, but what we were discussing was a $250 fee, and I think City of Austin is somewhere around the $600, $700 range, for their process. So these are all items for discussion. This is intended to continue making progress on this and coming up with what we want to do as a city. So with that, we'll invite council members to discuss and ask questions. Councilmember Litchfield.
Yeah, so again, I'd like to kind of reiterate where I think that we're all on the same page, and we want to make sure that there's rules and restrictions, and where there's bad actors that come into the city, or there's behavior that's in violation of our standards, principles, dreams, whatever, that we can kind of prevent this. Where I think I differ from at least the language presented here is that I really want this something that's available to the residents by default. So it's like a revocable privilege, effectively. So I'm happy with the rules that we have. You can't have more than 3 people per bedroom. You can't have more than 1 car per bedroom. You need to abide by noise ordinances. All that sort of thing is absolutely appropriate. However, the rest of this, other than this paragraph, section 150, 122, seems just like a very over-regulated, and I would like to just reduce it quite a bit. And I can kind of walk through parts of it that I would like to, or I can kind of yield to further discussion on that. Are we willing to talk as a council about these are the restrictions that we want to get, but what is the very lightest touch that we can have, and we can kind of creep toward a more find a more neutral, if we can creep toward a more intrusive state of being, but I'd like to start at the very lightest touch we possibly can. Say, here's the rules, we're going to enforce them, and see if that prevents like the 2 or 3 kind of problematic cases that we have in the city.
Councilman Litchfield, it might be helpful if, especially on the section 150.120, if you wanted to walk through each of those and say whether you think that that needs to be retained or you think it should be struck, so that I think that'd be helpful for advancing the conversation.
Sure.
And if I'm not sure if we can redline this version or just annotate what on this version just to say this is what Councilmember Litchfield's comments are, but that might help us reference in our discussion going forward.
Yeah, thank you. So number 1 looks great to me. The 2-part, like part 2 there, I think we get into some goofy things where if somebody has a long-term lease on the property, like are they allowed to then do a short-term lease on it? And I would like to make sure that we can, so the registrant is saying like, I'm the person that lives here full-time and I'm registering for this to be an STR. And I also have the approval of the property owner if I'm not the property owner. I think that that would be a nice kind of combination of those 2. The maximum number of occupants being on the registration sounds great. The city knows how many bedrooms are in the house. We've got the floor plans. We've got all that sort of stuff. Number 4, yeah, that's the number of people. And then, of course, the number 3, the emergency contact, that's great. Let's do that. We're going to say, like, look, here's the person to contact in case of emergency. Very happy with all that. From there, so 5, I would omit the sketch of the floor plan of the dwelling. Number 6, the site plan of the property. I would omit that. Number 7, a complete list of all rentals within the city advertised on all media sites. That seems onerous, and maybe there's a typograph or there's an error in that statement, but I don't understand how 7 applies. 8, I would omit. 9, I would omit as well. 10 seems omittable. The listing registered agents. I have a bunch of companies with registered agents that will not answer the phone. It's like someplace in Delaware where you can send mail, and they send me a letter like weeks later. And zoning classification. I think it's kind of assumed that these are all going to be single-family residential, and I don't see why that would be relevant in this application form. Number 12, if we give them a copy of the rules, that seems great. And then 13, having them provide a copy of their filed tax form, that seems fine, their tax questionnaire. So that would be a sufficient registration to me, which is basically the emergency contact info and who's doing the filing, and that the rules have been communicated. I'd also omit the inspection. And I understand that in Port Aransas, there are problems with people overloading bedrooms, but I don't think that's been like a Sunset Valley problem yet, and so I would hold off on imposing that requirement on the residents of Sunset Valley for the sins of another city.
Sylvia,
Yeah.
can you scroll up to the top section again? I like the highlight as a kind of a placeholder. I think so 7, 6, and 5 are also highlights. You indicated, I'm sorry, 5, 6, and 7, and 2. Or 2 needs an amendment, I think. You had some questions about that, but 5, 6, and 7 would be omitted under what your comments were. And then can you explain again on and then 8, 9, 10, 11. Can you explain again on number 2, the verification that the short-term rental property is a registrant's property? What the question was there?
So the question there is whether if you are leasing a home or whatever, if you're leasing a house, can you then short-term rent it? Because this would imply, I don't know that that's clear, and I don't know that that's then a rule that we can make. I don't think that we can discriminate as a city between owners and lessees to then delegate that right. And I wouldn't want to even if we could, to be frank.
So I think it's helpful to get sort of your feedback in terms of like what you would like to see and as a discussion point, because I know it'll probably differ from what other council members have, or maybe there'll be, you know, an agreement that we start with something lighter and we do that. So I'll continue to go around. I appreciate you giving that input. Councilmember Johnson?
The inspection part, I kind of read that as just like a walk in, there's 3 bedrooms, 9 people, 3 cars, not like a, you know, to one of the public comments. And to, I think maybe the way that you're reading inspection is just like, hey, you need to put a plate cover on that outlet. I mean, at that point, it's just your liability. But so, I mean, it's a bummer. But I always read maybe we have to be clear about what kind of inspection we want, which is like literally just like you can have 9 people, right? I don't know how you're reading inspection. Or you just don't, just be like, I'm going to rent it, don't walk in my place ever.
Right, I think
So how
that's
do we-
kind of an inappropriate thing to
So how do we
ask
say,
the city
like-
to do. The other thing is like,
There's 1,000 people there, the police go by and they're just like, maybe they have.
no, this is like an
300 bedrooms?
inspection to, I'm confused,
Well, no-
right? So this is like, so with the registration.
Yeah.
So it's like, I would like to maybe travel to Europe this summer. Therefore, I'm gonna have a member of the city staff walk through my house and ensure that my entire house is up to the property standards of code, or like the standards in the code of ordinances, which is not like a reasonable lift to me.
Yeah, I'd probably be fine with removing that, but we still need to know like how many bedrooms are.
But
like,
we know, like we have a site plan, like the city knows generally what's going on with the house.
No, you axed the site plan in the upper. You don't want a site plan. You had it crossed out. And the inspection is truly walk in, how many bedrooms, that the windows aren't nailed shut, that the, you know, fire alarms work. It really, truly is from a safety perspective. It is not to, you know, there's FYI paint on the, I don't.
Are there, like, how many different concentric circles of inspections are there? Like, is there literally a one where it's just like, this is not a death trap?
This is not a death trap. All building codes are a C grade. When you get a building code, it is a C. Communities add amendments to it to make it an A grade. We are by no means at an A grade with our code. We're at the 2015 code, for God's sakes. They're minimum codes. But there is if there is a checklist for a minimum inspection that you would like to see, then yeah, let's start there. And let's make sure it is just that there's a fire alarm that works, that the windows aren't nailed shut, and that the doors open and close. I mean, if that's the extent and the number of bedrooms, obviously, for occupancy. But it is not to say, oh, well, the Litchfield's planted, you know, X, Y, Z, and so now they're in violation of impervious cover. I didn't do the inspection on the premise of going and finding whatever violation you added, you remodeled your bathroom without a permit. That it's not for that. It's literally you didn't nail the windows shut and the doors work and the fire alarms work. And if that's the simple checklist you want, number of bedrooms, the doors open and close, and the windows aren't nailed shut, and the fire alarms work.
I think it's within our, I don't know.
That's
20
pretty
people
simple.
dying in a fire is also a bad look. So probably.
Totally, I'm not advocating for that. But again, like that checklist that was proffered is much, much lighter. To me, it reads to me as much lighter, so that's like more.
Who wants to put together that checklist?
The inspection is not intended to be a gotcha for what other things are going on the property. Your residents turn each other in for that.
Yeah. So I get, this is going to come back, I imagine.
Yeah,
So
if we're making that kind of change, it's going to come back with like a proposed language.
I would say, just from a staffing perspective and processing, the sketch would be nice to include with the registration. I don't think it needs to be like a super detailed, but just so that when staff is processing it, we can go, okay, they're listing this many bedrooms. So just, yeah, again, and maybe we can put that in the code, that it doesn't need to be, we don't need to see your house plans, but just a sketch. Yeah. That would be a.
Can it be on the back of a napkin? That you can
Maybe a little more than a napkin. We've got.
Get it on Whataburger.
We've gotten some interesting sketches before.
No, so not a site plan that's like a property, yeah, okay.
So who would put together that checklist to be then looked at again by?
We'll bring it out there.
Yeah, cool.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think that some of the points when he say point number 2, I agree with that. And in that case, they have to have who is doing that registration of that property. I agree. In number 5, with the sketch, I have my questions, because you have to have some idea how is that house. Also for safety. Some of these things you pass also to if the fire department came, sometimes it's important to provide to them, and they want to see some sketch. How is that building? If we will go in this way or in that way, for protection of the public. They need to have, and when you say a sketch, this is not engineering a sketch. It's only a drawing, and you have the window, the door, the other door, etc. Something very simple. I don't see too much. That scares me about the site plan or survey of the property. That scares me because I am not familiar with that. But if you say that it's important, number 6, okay. A property owner, complete list of the rentals within the city advertised. Well, if you will see the applications, you will know if this guy, he has 2 or 3 houses in the city, no? This is mainly number 7, right or no? Yeah, it's that. So perhaps we try to find that some people is lying or something, but no. If they fill up the application, and we have the application, this is how we will be working with that. Now, he said, and why zoning classification? Well, maybe this is for records. Obviously, most of this kind of business, they are in the residential area. So, and the inspection, that is important, and when somebody will do the inspections, they have some idea about the sketch. So when they will go there, obviously, the beds, maybe they move, the geographic statements of the beds or other kind of things from the room, but that doesn't mean that it's only 2 or 3 beds, because they say that no more than 3 people in one room. So, but if you are looking more beds, means then I think that maybe they are abusing or using in other way. In my opinion, we discussed this last week or last session that we have. I don't see a lot of things here that we need to still holding. I think that we need to start. And in that way, this is the beginning. And if that is not working, we will try to correct that. But this is much better than nothing. Believe me, I am with the idea that perhaps if we will hold this, in 2 weeks, we will find other things. And we don't move. And at this moment, it's important because it's necessary for some of the people that we live. It's bad for me because I live close to one of these. So it's different than other persons. Perhaps I don't need to vote because for me, I don't like this ahead. But looking these rules, that is fair. So I support these rules. This is what I try to say.
I will say item number 6 is a little bit, it's not a little bit important, it's a lot important, given that our driving surfaces end up counting toward impervious cover. So it's important to know, and it doesn't need to be a survey, but certainly a site plan that shows where folks are supposed to be parking, because when they're stopped parking there and they're now parking other places and they're driving on stuff, that's now a greater impervious cover on that lot. And I know how you guys feel about that.
Councilor Reeds?
Well, it's also an issue that people don't like cars parked in front of their house if they don't know who it is, so.
Other comments or questions from council before opening up to public comments? And then, council, we are approaching our magic hour in a little bit, so I'll remind us to give us this extension after we get to that point. If members of the public wish to speak to this item, please step up to the mic.
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. I think the number of people per bed, per bedroom, and so like other places I'm familiar with, it's 2 per bedroom. I'm hearing 3, and then 2 in the living room because you have your pull-out couch, and then you have a parking plan. So I think those are important things. I think people care in the city where people are parking, and that's like whether a house was accepted in San Antonio or not was whether or not you could park it. And, you know, and also the third thing that I don't see us addressing is the management companies, because, you know, you sign your house, if you don't want to mess with it, Justin's going off for 3 months, he's going to, you know, probably have a rental company do his luxury place. I mean, that's what people do. And so then you want that contact information, and they may be the ones who are handling the entire thing for a, you know, 25, 30% percentage. And so I think that needs to be really clear, because, and that can switch, you know, like you think it's going to be you doing it, and then you go, oh, this is pain, I'm going to let a company do it. And so we need to have, you know, who owns that in there. So those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Drinkwine, 5 Reese. I'd like to speak about the inspection and the fact that I think it would make sense if we really did have in this document like exactly what that inspection is. And if it's really important that the city know exactly where the bedrooms are, I think that they should ask that of all residents, not just people who are renting their homes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lisa Versace, 40 Pillow Road. I don't like saying that. Everybody knows where I live. Number one, I looked a little bit on Airbnb today. I was just curious about this topic, and they said that you don't have to take out a hotel occupancy tax on your own to rent through them, that they handle it all for you, and that their name would be on that hotel occupancy. And you're requiring this certificate here. So that's just something to note. It may not be required in every situation, depending on the company that they're using. And I don't know about those third-party management companies. Maybe they also handle the hotel occupancy tax. The other thing is, shouldn't the city have a file on each of the homes that were built and the floor plan? And that should all be very official in our files, because we had to have a permit to build a house. And so they should be able to refer to the actual real document. The other worry that I have is if the city goes into a property and inspects it, and let's just say they look at the fire hydrant and they look at the smoke detector and they say, okay, you have all these things. What kind of liability does the city have in the future if that fire hydrant expires in 2 months, or that fire, you know, what do you call those things? The sprayer, you know, if that expires, or it was a faulty smoke detector and the city approved it, then, you know, whose liability is that? Can the renter go after the city saying, you guys approved this as a safe rental? I think that these companies that people use to rent their STRs have the liability and have the, you know, and the owners have to have the insurance. And I would be very careful. It might be a slippery slope of liability. I don't know, honestly. This is outside of my area. But thank you.
Thank you. Council, if we can get a motion to extend our meeting up till 1 hour.
A motion we extend for 1 hour?
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, so we're extended past 9 o'clock up till 10 o'clock. Hopefully we don't need to go that long. I think one kind of general comment, or just question for staff, but I imagine that maybe for more recent properties we have some of the information, but we have so many houses that go back decades before we had really great records. And so I think that may be a legitimate concern, is that we really don't have like a comprehensive record of all the houses in the city, because we have so many old houses that came prior to any kind of like really routine record keeping. But that being said, I think the intersection of privacy versus need, is where we're kind of discussion here. Councilor Rosengarten?
Sharon, you had mentioned that this short-term rental forbids someone who have individuals who might want to rent a bedroom from doing that, because it said specifically family. Could you show us where in this short-term rental agreement,
I believe
what line?
she's, and Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's something that the zoning commission added before their recommendation based on their discussion at the last meeting, and it's the restrictions. So it's section 150, 122, E6. Right, Sharon, to operate more than one short-term rental per property at any one time. So, for example, if you have a house and if you have a guest house, the zoning commission, after their discussion, said, well, they wouldn't like the owner to have two different rentees on the property at the same time. Like, you can have one, you're at, one Reese, you can have one rental at one Reese at a time.
So if you
That
have
was their recommendation.
three bedrooms that you want to rent out to individuals, you have 3 rental agreements for each one, because they're not a company party. They don't even know each other.
Correct.
You're just renting out 3 bedrooms. Can you
Yeah.
do that?
No, not based on this. This was the zoning commission's discussion, and this was their recommendation. Council can strike that number 6, but that was their recommendation. And
it wasn't so much, it was zoning commission's recommendation, but it wasn't their recommendation, because we didn't even discuss bedrooms. It was more from, and to be quite honest, they took Sharon's example of Sharon lives on site, and that's what they wanted to see, an owner on site and being able to rent out something else. So whether that's the owner living in the guest house, renting the main house, or the owner living in the main house, renting the guest house. What they didn't want to see is 2 separate Airbnbs, of one of the main house and the other of the guest house.
Why?
So what if we change that verbiage?
Multiple, who was going to be responsible, who, if something happened on the site, who's primary contact, who's reported to the police. It was more of just trying to keep it, again, within a residential context of nuisance.
So what if the verbiage was to operate more than one short-term rental per property at any one time, unless you are on site? Live on site?
I would just strike it. Yeah, that's a whole different animal.
Yeah.
Well, and I think I'm wondering what circumstances it would be where you'd have 3 different rental agreements for short-term rentals. I can understand like a long-term, like roommate situation where this wouldn't even apply, right? But
Well, you might, like Sharon, you live in your house and you've got a separate place. She might want to go to Europe with Justin, on a trip. And so then she might want to rent out her house plus her rental. And I don't see how that would be a problem. Am I not thinking of something?
Well, I think just for to extend on the context with what zoning talked about and what staff has talked about, say you get a neighbor complaining.
Yeah.
There's noise at this property. Or there's been an incident or whatever it is. The police go and investigate. They knock on bedroom door number 1 or guest house number 1, and they say, wasn't me. They go to knock on the other house, wasn't me, it was them. Then you're suddenly like, it becomes an issue that it is harder to untangle. I think that's exactly what they were considering, is just saying, let's have just one responsible party, so that when the owner is contacted, they say, who do I penalize, right, for violating the code? Who do I, that's why they were.
It makes it easier.
It makes it easier, but that's the context.
I can see that.
That too, and boarding houses are specifically prohibited right now.
Boarding houses?
Yes, and that would be defined as a.
Oh, like
we've already
bedrooms?
covered it.
Like you can't rent out a bedroom?
Yes, boarding houses in the code right now, right there.
Like Airbnb allows you to you can just rent out a bedroom. Okay, so this would say no. Okay.
But I understand the context of like having a house and a guest house.
Yeah.
And wanting to be able to rent both of those properties. Zoning added that extra layer because they had this concern about regulation.
Yeah, it might even be the same party that you're renting them out to, who wants a bigger place. So, they're both responsible then, so. I don't know.
And from the context that we really didn't discuss bedrooms.
Yeah.
And because of, I believe because of this boarding, but we didn't jump into bedrooms. It was really from a single-family residential context, who's doing what and how many on.
But again, I think a lot of houses will have two, so, I'd love to just strike that and then work our way up as we go.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think this is important because I saw one house here in Lone Oak, and you have the main house on the front, and in the left side, you have one mobile home, and behind, you have another small house. So in one moment, you can have 3 customers. And I think that they are free to do business. But at this moment, when you try to find something, as you say, if something is wrong, which of these 3 will be responsible? So in one moment, I think that we need to define in the way that they have no more than one short term. And that, because it's not a hotel, then you have bedrooms. It's a little different, but in the way that they have that here, that covered that, and we have the problem, because I saw that.
And because of that specific property, that was written in the code, that they cannot rent out a travel trailer that they have that is not, they can only rent out those structures that are permanent, meaning the house or a guest house that are on a foundation and permanently affixed. They could not rent out a travel trailer.
We have one, no, that
Yes.
has a mobile.
2.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
They have 2 trailers.
So at this moment, you have some, but that say that they cannot, an structure that is not permanent. They are not permanent.
Councilmember Litchfield and then Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, so that's so what we were saying, we were talking about like a different section that said like you can't rent more than one place at a time. And this specific problem with the trailers, that's addressed by a completely different section of the rules, which we're saying is fine. Or that's what I'm saying. Like a different section of the rule says you can't rent a travel trailer at all. And so the one about more than one at a time doesn't cover the travel trailers because the travel trailers are already covered. Does that make sense?
You have the mother's house or the mother-in-law house, then you have behind the main house. So how you will be doing that? Because you will rent 2 houses.
And that's fine.
No, it's not fine.
That's what I would posit as like, if that becomes a problem to somebody, then we can tighten the regulations in the future.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
I don't believe that we are in the if. We need to decide. So because in this case, a lot of things, they mixed this, and a lot of people, they were watching this so close. So my suggestion is, for me, this is okay. That's all.
Councilmember Johnson.
So I always look at the regulations around this, and there's always this, I have this property and I should be able to do whatever I want. And it's like that the state Supreme Court has come down on it. So it's like, yeah, you can. And it's just like, neighbors, who cares? And so it's just like, again, I live down the street from one and have 0 problems. I wonder like what the recourse is for complaints, because there's like the standard, like what, just call the cops every time that there's an issue or anything else. And I don't know, like, go ahead.
We talk about compatibility here all the time. We talk about compatibility buffers, we talk about compatibility in green spaces, we talk about compatibility. What about a compatibility in use of what is really a single-family residence?
Yes. And so the people that run them well, you know, again, like Sharon, like, don't have any issues. Like, she thinks about her neighbors, but these management companies or people that just like buy it and run it on their own and they're not, like, I get it that like, that you can't like rob them of use of that, and the state has said that and all this other stuff. But the thing is, like, I hope something that can come out of this is a way for the neighbors that have to live there all the time to be able to complain them into the ground. And it's just like, if you're 1 decibel above at 10:01 p.m., there you go. And it's just like, you got to be a good neighbor, because that's what I really worry about is people, especially in the villas, because it's like the houses are directly next to each other. So I don't see, there is like the police angle, but, you know, is that what Chief wants his officers doing all the time? And, you know, I guess it remains to be seen, like, how kind of like, how these short-term renters kind of respect the neighborhoods. And we'll see, and maybe we'll be revisiting this, but like, eventually we might have to set up something where it's just like an official complaint, like, form to just be like, they did it again, so.
Well, and that is built into the regulation to say you don't get to renew it if you've received legitimate complaints, right? You know, and how that actually gets registered and you know that.
I just have concerns about, like, hey, they're being loud, and then by the time the officers come around, it's like, well, they were, but now they're not. So it's just like kind of like a freebie. And it's just like you at your house, you know. Never mind.
Yeah, I just think this gives us more tools to work with, right? It gives us this, your right to do this may be revoked or, you know, and may not be renewed, you know, kind of under a broad discretionary thing. Like, this gives us a whole huge enforcement toolkit with only sections like 127, 122. Oh, I would also just omit the whole brochure thing. That I don't know why that bugs me, but it does. But yeah, so like we can do a couple like little things like register, and then here's our enforcement. And then bam, we've got a huge tool chest to start addressing this problem. And if we need to empower our staff with more tools, like I'm happy to do it, but I just want to start with like a couple of tools. Are you making a motion? I think we need to come back to this because of some of the redrafting.
So I think what a specific thing that I've heard that needs to come back is a list of what the inspection is going to consist of. That's probably the most important thing. And then it's consideration of what a council can come to agreement on in terms of the registration process, right? And I think there's also, it sounds like there's some discussion or debate that needs to happen around whether we have multiple short-term rentals. So, but I think the inspection list is what we need in order to really have a final version, right? Because I don't think we can just ad hoc create that on the fly right now. I think we want it to be considered. But it does seem like there's a range of options as far as like the amount of registration or the amount of requirements that we have, you know, from Mayor Pro Tem expressing that as is, he's fine, you know, with it, where versus a lighter registration process and building up to having something, you know, deeper than that. I think that would give people a chance to, if we did bring it back, have another shot at what is the regulation as I really envision it, and allow us to vote on it. I don't want this to be a rolling exercise. I think it needs to be something we bring back for one more time, and let's have something in place. So, Councilor Johnson.
I think, sir, what is the accessory structure limit? It's 2, right?
You can have 3 that can't exceed 1,500, 1 can't exceed 1,000.
So that seems to be like another thing in our code that kind of says like, this is as big as it's gonna, the issue we'll get is like, you know, we already have like the no, whatever on wheels, or sorry, what is it? No trailers, sorry. And then, you know, the number of rentals on the property seems like we'll only ever get to be the number of, although if all 4 of them were being rented out, that's a little.
So we're going to be bringing this back with some, I think so what I heard, Sylvia, is we want to detail out what the inspection is going to consist of. I don't think there was agreement on removing any of the other items, so that'll be an opportunity for somebody who's wants to jump in with a motion at the next meeting to give us a clear dichotomy of this is what I want versus what everybody else wants. But that being said, I think coming back with that, if you do have other specific things in here that you've seen as far as like language that concerns you or that needs more detail, I'd say maybe on the clean up the language, please give that to the staff so they can include that in the revised version. If there's something unclear about this that you just want to make sure is tightened up, right, without other major changes. And so I'd like to bring this back at our next council meeting with the objective of adopting a regulation. Any other discussion on this item? Okay. All right. So we're going to move back in time to agenda item number 8, consider an act on approval of the request for proposals for landscaping maintenance. And this was one of the ones that was pulled from consent. And I think partially because the backup material does not necessarily reflect the final version of the RFP. Okay.
Yeah, so Sylvia's pulling it up now. The 2022 version of the RFP was not attached in the backup material. It does reflect, if you go down to, there's a chart basically, that's probably where we need to kind of focus. The scope of work and the details of like the mowing schedules and all that is all very similar to the 2019 RFP. This one does have in it, when we get to the chart that Sylvia is working towards, which should be just down, a few pages down from where she's at. There's a lot of pages here. That does have the breakdown of the different right-of-ways, and it includes all the residential right-of-ways in this one. This is the actual current work that Texascapes is doing as the contractor. So it does include all of that existing work in this RFP.
Councilor Johnson?
This is slightly off topic. The fact that we don't mow our own right-of-ways has always been crazy to me, because it's like, I think our landscaper does anyway, because it's like right there, and it's so I don't want to explain that to him. That's
yeah, Jones Road is kind of different because you face that way. So Jones Road has always traditionally been mowed along there because it's always been a kind of like an entrance to the city. Jones Road, Ernest Robles Way, Brody, those have been mowed for a very long time. But yeah, you're talking like, Reese and the, Pillow, Lone Oak, and those kind of right-of-ways. Those were something that Public Works used to mow, but it's still been, the city still mowed those right-of-ways for as long as I can remember.
Would it be a material difference if we remove that from because, I mean, you just.
Oh, yeah.
I will tell you, in the midst of the COVID pandemic, and when we were talking about cost of service and we were talking about residents mowing their own rights of way, that was a very bloody conversation.
I think I remember why it was enacted.
Come on up to the mic, sorry.
I think I remember why it was enacted.
Go ahead,
This is
please.
Lisa on Pillow Road. I think it was because of the narrow streets, and then they expanded the narrow streets with a little ribbon. And the city told the residents that they could put one tire over the ribbon when the streets were expanded. And so that's actually supposed to be for parking. And if residents don't mow that on the narrow streets, then the cars would be so far into the road that it would be really difficult to navigate around. So that's the origins, I think.
Councilmember Rosengart?
I move to approve the request for bids for landscaping services.
So the motion is to approve the bids for issuing the RFP for the landscaping service with the revised RFP that's presented, or the 2022 RFP that's presented. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Opens up for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem?
So I think that this is a good base for activities. And when we are looking to do all of this job, I think that it's very, very good that we can see the blueprint, not blueprints, but the maps with the areas. I hope that if we attach, and this is for the department, what are they doing? The two employees that they are working. So at this moment, you have one supervisor and one employee, then they cut grass, or they are two?
No, we don't. This is for landscaping services. This is for the work that Texascapes does.
Yeah, but this is the private company,
right?
And this is the contract, so they have to cover so many things.
Mm-hmm.
Then I try to say this because soon we will try to analyze the cost of this bidding with or additional 2 or 3 employees, 3 employees. This is why I try to go ahead of that. So looking at this moment, this is very specific, and that shows the different places. So when we are looking that, we have a clear vision that at this moment, if this contract used to be 137,000, or 100, how much?
It's, oh, I have to get the actual numbers. Hold on, let me switch that screen. But I mean, it was originally 128,400, and then it went up, and I can't remember, it's like 170 now.
Okay, so from 128, you say that now we pay $170,000.
Something of that nature, yeah, I'll have to get the exact number for you.
Because I think that is so important. This was 2 years ago, but if we add more things, if that things they are in that proposal. So this proposal, if that is the original, in reality was 178.
Last year, I know it was 173,923 is what it looks like we spent.
Okay, so if it's 173, and if at this moment we are thinking to hire 3 people, and they will compete with this, well, how many people do we have, and how much we are doing? This is that I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no bad exercise. I am agree to go for bids after they will put this with the proper information. But we have to be sure in this place that we are talking according with this contract from last year, we don't know exactly how much money is. We need to have that numbers. So in that way, we can compare. In addition, I think it's not a bad idea that now you have all of these maps. But now, if we have these, which other things your staff is doing?
Mm-hmm.
Now, perhaps you don't have other areas here because I try to be brief, but I cannot be brief. I have to explain that. So my suggestion is, I am agree again, but we need to go the extra mile, and the extra mile is in the same way than you have for these people, you need to have for yourself.
Yes.
So in that way, we can compare, and we say, okay, come on, maybe 3 guys, they will do more, and we need it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that when that will be the time, because I don't want that they will use this, then city council approve, blah, 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 and it's too much now. We approve to go to bids, and we will see what happens with the bids. That's it.
it's important to get the bids so we can have that direct
Exactly.
comparison. The costs may go up.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
any further comments or questions on this item? Okay, all those in favor of approving issuing the RFP for the landscaping maintenance, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Right. We're moving on to our last agenda item for the evening, which is agenda item number 9. Consider an act on the following City Hall maintenance items. And it's a list of essentially electrical and painting services, and then there's an associated budget amendment that would need to be approved. I will highlight that one of the things that we've talked about as part of this budget process this year is setting aside actual funding for maintenance of buildings. You can see that the cost of X number of years, and the last time we think we painted these buildings, it was a while ago, but it's pretty significant, we're talking about painting an entire building that we have to save up for and we should be planning for. So that being said, when I was talking to City Administrator and Mayor Pro Tem about this, I was reassured that these costs are in line with the market, which I was surprised at, not considering how much it would cost me as a homeowner just to paint my house. We are talking a big facility. So with that, I'll let staff introduce the item more appropriately.
So this is upgrades to this building here, and there's a couple different parts to it. So one is a painting of the building. This would be an exterior and interior, some interior painting. So part of that would be in this room. We would be installing some AV upgrades, and part of that is some conduit and some different things. So part of the upgrade, part of that would be to paint, and so it kind of all blends together. So you'll see 2 bids for the painting. You'll see one that is this room, the bathrooms, things that probably will not change no matter what we kind of do as far as a conceptual plan for this building, because this room will probably be the same. The bathrooms, that's very expensive to blow bathrooms out. And then the exterior of the building, because the shell probably is going to stay the same as well. And doing all of the upgrades to the, painting the exterior and kind of refreshing it a little bit. The other is if we painted the lobby and the walls in the lobby, that's the added cost to paint the lobby there. So you see those prices. So without painting the lobby, the price is $30,365. If we were to choose to paint the lobby, it'd be $36,865. It's about $6,500 difference there. Another part of that, another piece of this puzzle is the lights and fans in this room. You can see we've got fans that don't work, fans that are kind of an issue. Some of the lights aren't quite working as well, like on the sides here. You can see where the lights aren't working. There's a bit of a lighting issue in the room. The other thing is that now we're going online, and you guys have kind of spotlights that are on you that create shadows all over your faces, and kind of being able to move the spotlights basically back a couple rows so it actually lights you correctly, so you don't look like you have the dark circles under your eyes all the time. So that's part of those lighting upgrades there. The other upgrade is the AV upgrades here, which would be to put in the Cat 5 as well as the electrical for all of the new cameras, so that you can have a fully functional 3-camera view here in the council chambers. So you can see those kind of on that chart there, kind of laid out on those different price points. We went out for bids for this, and ironically enough, the electrical and the painting were separate bids, but they were the same company ended up coming in as the low bidder for both. They just happened to do, they're a full kind of contractor. So it was for the rock services. So there's a couple different, as we said, there's 2 different options there, with the lobby painting, without the lobby painting, and that can be something you guys decide on where you want to go from here. But yes, it would be awarding those contracts to the rock services.
Okay. Start with Councilmember Johnson and then Councilmember Rosengart.
I think it's a really cool name for a company, for one thing. but I'd probably go for the without lobby, because we're thinking of like redoing.
Yes.
So
yes.
Why paint it? So yeah, that's it. Hey, did we talk about the like having 2 different exits? Like, this is my example of the fact that we have an exit sign and then those doors are always closed. And so, and that's where we want to put the camera. So I don't know, it might be more or less to have like the 2 exit signs and the 1 camera location. But I don't know what was in the spec.
I think the spec, because it went out before we discussed that, was for the camera location there.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be a huge difference to move an exit sign if we needed to.
All right.
So.
Councilmember Rosengarten?
From what I read, none of this includes the work on the courtyard, what do you call it again?
The pergola
Pergola.
it does not include the pergola.
Okay, so what if we simply said to do the exterior painting, but leave the inside? Because we're still not sure what's going to happen if there's any restructuring done with doing a civic center.
So that's kind of where we got without lobby painting. It would still be painting in this room, basically. I mean, you'd be covering up, because we're going to run conduit up the walls and stuff, it would be painting this room and the bathrooms. More than likely, as I said, you're still going to be using this as your city council chambers. So this room would be included in the painting. But if you don't paint the lobby, as Councilmember Johnson was saying, because that's where you're probably looking at that community center and space out there, you could save some money and not paint that area at this time.
I just know that when they're renting equipment to paint high ceilings like this, they've already got the rental equipment. So it's cheaper to do all of it at one time versus doing a couple of rooms and then coming back later. And all of this is going to get dusty. If there's any sheetrock work going to be done, this is all going to get dusty and need cleaning. So you're going to have fresh paint in here, and then we're going to have to hire someone to come in and do fresh cleaning. And so I just want you to know, been there.
I think it's all conduit, so it shouldn't be any drywall work. I think we specifically said like.
There's some electrical that will have some drywall work, but not major. So 2 things. One, in discussion with the architect and the engineer over the facility of City Hall, we're trying to keep it within the existing footprint. That means no work to the bathrooms because plumbing is expensive. And that means very little work, redo work in this particular area for 2 reasons. And the plumbing, and 2, this is storage that ends up going to have to be used for the folding tables and the chairs that we do. So this sort of L section would have no change. The pergola, we're bringing that in-house, just because it is like, so it's just out there. It's just too expensive for us to try to put it out there. It's almost 4 times what it was, 4 years ago. The rest of that space, whether it's the lobby and that back area, yes, is going to be reconfigured differently, potentially, which is why we did it without the lobby painting.
Reeds?
Are you painting the same color?
That's a great question. We haven't committed to a color yet, and we talked about the possibility of doing a different color, like a white ceiling, and that just depending on what it is. So that could be a separate discussion on the color. And we did ask for, because we have flat finish on these walls, and that just is not forgiving at all. So we have asked for an actual like eggshell type finish. So
That's good.
So we can have a separate discussion on color.
I'm imagining some type of charrette.
I think this actually looks like the recycle reuse green. That's like the cheap one that they.
I'm gonna agree with you.
Yeah.
I think that maybe the CD could sponsor a kids painting night. Just like decorate the walls. Yeah. Before they repainted, do that, and then yeah. Councilor Litchfield.
This is a tiny, tiny thing, I think, hopefully. But does an HDMI cable fit through 1-inch conduit?
You guys try to pool, and so that's why there's some additional work, because the electrician's going to actually open some wall. They tried to pull it through conduit, and they tried to pull it in existing, and it was too hard.
No, we tried to pull it through the wall. So there's cords up behind the camera, and it was ridiculous. Yeah, it was crazy.
But I just think, when I envision an HDMI plug, it's bigger than something that wants to go through 1-inch conduit. But if they're pros, cool, but if not,
Cat 5e is, well, we're doing it more for the electrical. Does 6 and 7 have the electrical? I don't know. We're only using it for electricity.
Lisa. No cheap seats. You gotta go to the podium.
Other questions for staff or discussion on this item, or is somebody ready to make a motion?
So motion to do this, okay.
And I guess the motion would be with or without the lobby is kind of probably the deciding.
Yeah, so it will be only 12,750 because the lobby and fire is 6,500. So it's 12 plus 6 is 19,250. So this 19,250, yeah, well, I am reading, I am doing numbers fast.
It would
So
be this.
I love
It would be this 42,120.
So the big total also with the electricity.
Yes.
Okay.
42,120.
Well, I move to approve the, I don't know what is the title of this, but, okay. I move to approve the repairs and upgrades for the city hall with a total of $42,120.
And awarding the contract to
It's awarding
Rock,
that contract,
Rock
yes.
Services.
That's it.
Okay. Is there a
Yeah.
second for that?
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right. Council, we've reached that point where we've run out of things to do, other than adjourn. For this meeting. If I... Canceling all the rest of the meeting. So if I get a motion to adjourn, we can wrap up business.
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second? All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. All right, we are adjourned at 9:37 p.m.